children. Mothers, if they are traveling with their mothers, they have gone above and beyond to try to create an area in the hospital that does not look clinical, that does not look like a hospital. They've tried to decorate it, make it as warm and intimate as possible, make it feel like a hotel. They've filled it with toys, they told us. They said they've hand-picked medical personnel with the most expertise in children's trauma, psychiatrists, that each family or group or individual hostage that arrives will be paired up with a social worker. And there is a heightened sense here of the importance of this moment. Of course, there's a lot of tension and nerves around it, but really the focus is on trying to be as sensitive as possible to the state that some of these hostages, and particularly children, will be in after going through the trauma that they have been through these last 7 weeks. We talked earlier about how the Ministry of Welfare has put out guidelines, a comprehensive list for IDF soldiers and any personnel who will be coming into contact with the hostages before they arrive here. You can see another car there with flashing lights driving past. They've been told not to answer questions that the children might potentially have. Where is mommy? Where is daddy? Of course, a lot of these children may be orphans. They may not know that they are orphans. And so they've been given instructions about how to deal with those questions. They've been told that they should say, "I'm sorry, sweetheart, I can't answer your questions. I'm here to take you to safety, and you'll be soon reunited with people you know who can answer your questions." They've been told small things like don't pick the children up without asking them first, offer first. We know as well that they've put teddy bears in some of the locations where they may first be identifying them and carrying out cursory medical examinations on the children, noise-canceling headphones for those helicopters that they are likely to be embarking on to be taken to the various hospitals. There are 5 hospitals, we believe, where they may be coming, but this certainly here at the Schneider Medical Center for Children expected to be the primary destination for those hostages who are children or traveling with children who are not seriously injured, Caitlin.
Yeah, they're bracing for what is about to come their way. Obviously something that is a welcome moment here in Israel, also a bittersweet one, John, and just remarkable to see these images that we were seeing earlier. That's Petah Tikva, where Clarissa is in Israel, outside of that children's hospital. But we've also been watching at the Rafah crossing as a line of ambulances and what appear to be hostages going in, and just what is a major moment. The fact that this deal that has been brokered between Hamas and Israel is playing out as they had hoped it would. There are still a lot of hostages to go. 37 is a part of this deal, but obviously more than 200 still being held by Hamas in Gaza. But to see these hostages in this moment being brought to safety and eventually being brought back to Israel is just, it's a breakthrough of a moment that, you know, there haven't been many of those since October 7th happened.
No, and what you're looking at now, it took place just moments ago at the Rafah crossing, the border between Gaza and Egypt. Video, the first video we've had of this group of hostages who were released by the Hamas terrorists today. We did see video of a young girl walking from an ambulance into a building there. We also saw a video of an older woman walking from the ambulance to a building there. I believe we've re-racked this and queued it up again so you can see it all again. But what you're looking at now is just this line of ambulances, plural, there for the 24 hostages that we now know were released today. That includes, we think, 13 Israeli hostages, and then that would make 11 Thai hostages. A number of these vehicles, unclear whether it's one ambulance per hostage, but certainly a lot of medical care on the scene right there. And it was from these vehicles, I think walking from a vehicle to a structure, that we did see the pictures that I would love to see again here of that little girl, an indelible image of a little girl being moved through. And then we also saw a picture of an older woman being moved through, and those were the two pictures. Those were the two pictures I think that are most important today, to see people that we believe have been in captivity now for 48 days getting their first taste of freedom for some time. That's taking place right here at the Rafah crossing. Rafah crossing, again, we believe they were transported from southern Gaza over the border into Egypt, into Rafah, and we have this video of this young girl from a short time ago. Let's look at it.
الأزمة الوصول إلى أيام أكثر في هذه الهدن المرجوة. إذا بالتالي نحن الآن نشاهد ربما وصول.
And there she goes, being led into a building there. Unclear who the woman who was traveling there with her, whether that was an aid worker or perhaps a relative, as Caitlin has acknowledged, we believed that some of the children might be being released with a mother today. We don't know if that took place there. We also saw a video a short time ago of an older woman who appeared to be a hostage, again, who was being led from an ambulance into the building for some kind of a treatment there. Let's go to Oren Lieberman now, who I believe is in Tel Aviv at what's become Hostage Square, this area where people gather there. Oren, what's happening at this moment? How much are they seeing of this process, this release process?
John, there's a bit of a beehive of activity here as the crowd here waits for all of the updates. As you can imagine, a lot of the TV networks are set up here. One of the locals has a big setup here. So through that and through all of the WhatsApp groups and text messages, they're able to pretty closely follow the latest developments here. You can see that they know here that they have entered Egypt and that the 13 women and children have begun their way home. In that sense, there's a bit of, I would say, a festive mood here. There is music playing behind me, as there has been since we got here about a half an hour ago, and they are joyous at this occasion that the first of the hostages have come home. This has been such a square of difficulty, of pain over the course of the last 7 weeks. I don't know if you can see it behind me. There is the table set out, one seat for each of the hostages, now set out for a Sabbath dinner here on this Friday evening here. So for the first time after the calls here, the posters, the demonstrations, the sleeping in tents, the trying to get into the defense ministry to meet with the war cabinet, when they say here, bring them home now, at least for a small group tonight, now is actually happening. And that has given them a cause to be at least a bit of a celebration here. Now, is it everybody? No, of course not. And they know there are many difficult days ahead here because this process is playing out so slowly, but a noticeable change here from what we've seen for so long, John.
All right, we have Oren Lieberman in Tel Aviv, just getting word 13 Israeli hostages, 10 Thai citizens, 1 Filipino citizen. Let's go back to Kerem Shalom crossing. That is a crossing between Gaza and Israel, but also you can enter again through Egypt. Jeremy Diamond is there. Jeremy, what are you seeing?
Yeah, John, well, I can confirm that these are indeed military helicopters. My producer, Mike Schwartz, just went down and talked to some folks there, and it does appear that this is related to the transport of hostages, potentially. It seems like the soldiers who are here were told to come here for that reason. They don't know exactly what their instructions are in terms of where they will be transporting people, when, how many, any information like that. But they were at least told to come here related to this broader mission of getting these hostages into Israel and onward to their families. Now, I don't know whether or not hostages will actually end up getting in these helicopters, but these soldiers at least were given orders related to the recovery of these hostages. And so there are indeed two helicopters that landed here just a little bit ago. And we're going to wait and see, you know, what the next saga, what the next phase of this saga entails.
Jeremy Diamond, who's at the Kerem Shalom crossing, which is really very, very close to the Rafah crossing. The Rafah crossing connects Egypt and southern Gaza. The Kerem Shalom crossing collects southern Gaza and Israel, but you can also get through Egypt. You're talking about very small distances. I don't even know if you can even make it out on the map here. I put a dot at the Rafah crossing, a dot at the Kerem Shalom crossing. This is only a total of what, like 8 miles from the coast to the Gaza border there. So you can see you're talking about very, very small distances. It's possible, as Jeremy is saying, they will be moved, these hostages, these 24 hostages, from the Rafah crossing, some perhaps to the Kerem Shalom crossing where those helicopters are. We had been told that they would be moved once inside Israel proper. They would be moved by helicopter to the Hatsarim Air Base, which is on this map here, which is right here. So again, the process of moving these hostages very much underway. That's the air base right there. This is the Kerem Shalom crossing. If they're brought by helicopter, that's what that would look like right there. And Jeremy's watching part of this, we think, unfold. It's a little bit unclear because something of this magnitude just hasn't happened yet in this conflict. We've seen 2 hostages released here and there, but not the 24 that we're seeing right now, and the logistical challenges of making sure that these people are all okay and getting them back to safety inside Israel. Obviously very dark there now, Jeremy, where you are. Let's go back to Caitlin in Tel Aviv with some new reporting. Caitlin.
Yeah, John, as we're watching all of this play out and waiting for the identities of these hostages to be confirmed by Israel, which they say that they'll do once they're safely back in Israel, though we're watching several of them get out of these emergency vehicles. We're also learning more about who they are, and I'm told by an Israeli source that most of these hostages, not all of them, we don't know that exactly, but a majority of the hostages that have been released just now by Hamas from Gaza are from kibbutz near Oz. And on October 7th, that was a kibbutz that saw a lot of devastation in the October 7th attack. I believe it was estimated that a quarter of the population of the several hundred people who lived there were either murdered or kidnapped into Gaza. And they saw, I mean, it was the kibbutz where they burned basically the kindergarten to the ground. They went into homes. You heard, the testaments from the people who did survive that attack about just how devastating it was that day and how it saw some of the worst violence on October 7th. John, we're now seeing, as we're hearing, that they are from kibbutz near Oz. The majority of these hostages, right now we are watching a line of people now boarding. They'd gone inside after getting out, now getting onto a bus. You can see an elderly woman. She is stepping into that white bus with assistance right here. And you see a line of people behind her, some men, another woman. We believe we saw a child at the beginning of the line. It's unclear if it was the same child that we saw earlier. We know that we have heard from Egyptian sources that several of the hostages who are being released today, not just those 13 Israeli hostages, also several Thai nationals as well who were kidnapped by Hamas on that day. And they appear to be boarding this bus right in front of us, John.
Yeah, so again,
the question is
Israeli
what's
hostages.
next?
13 Israeli hostages, 10 Thai hostages, 1 Filipino hostage. We saw a number of them, but by no means all boarding that bus right there. Presumably some are also receiving medical care, might be in the ambulances there. We are told that the young girl that we had seen earlier was at the front of the line. We're going to try to get a look at that again, but boarding that bus, we did clearly see one child, some older women, and then men. Okay, let's see. We're going to see those pictures again. Let's take a look at those pictures again. At the front of the line there, you saw a younger girl, an older woman. Here's a different vantage point there. A couple older women there. And now what appear to be a number of the Thai hostages there, 10 Thai hostages and 1 Filipino hostage, perhaps boarding this bus. That is the Rafah crossing. We can't be sure where that bus will go, but it's possible it will head not far. We're talking about a mere number of a small handful of kilometers south to the Kerem Shalom crossing, and from there it would enter Israel. They're in Egypt right now. This group of hostages there, apparently the Thai men, and also perhaps 1 Filipino hostage boarding that bus. Caitlin, where earlier we did see the first person to get on was that girl, that young girl that we saw, now free after 48 days in captivity. What's next for this bus? We are not sure, but within the next several hours, all of those people, we presume, will be back inside Israel.
Yeah, we believe the next stop for that bus is going to be here in Israel, where there's a number of hospitals that are preparing to receive them. I mean, this reintegration process that these hostages are going to have to go through isn't just about their physical well-being, these medical checkups, but also a meeting with therapists and officials here to talk about what they've seen, what they've experienced in these 48 days that they have been held. These people have not known freedom since October the 7th, since they were kidnapped by Hamas into Gaza, where we know from at least 2 of the hostages who were previously released, they were in a complex tunnel system underground, and they had been underground for so long that when they were released, John, natural light, sunlight shocked them because they just hadn't seen it in so long. And so that's the kind of mindset that so many of these people that you're seeing now have gone through, where, I mean, there are major questions about what else those conditions looked like, but we do know what we've heard from other hostages who have been released. One thing that we were told is as soon as these hostages, the Israeli hostages at least, made it to the border, they were going to try to facilitate a phone call with their family members. They weren't able to immediately be reunited with them, but they at least wanted them to have that moment, to have that first conversation with a loved one that they have not been able to have for so long. And it's just a huge sigh of relief for so many of these families to see this actually unfolding, and obviously still waiting for them to actually get here into Israel.
Again, we're getting some new information about who these people are, where they are headed. A group of the 24 hostages freed for the first time in 48 days, experiencing freedom, held by Hamas terrorists. We're going to take a break. Our special live coverage continues right after this. right, the breaking news, some 24 hostages have been released by Hamas, including 13 Israeli hostages, 10 Thai hostages, and 1 Filipino hostage. They moved south from Gaza over the Rafah border crossing into Egypt. We saw pictures a short time ago of them moving out of ambulances, and you can see a young girl right there. One of these Israeli hostages released. We also saw a number of older women and then a number of the Thai hostages as well moving in the Rafah crossing. Then we saw them boarding a bus. Where that bus was headed, not really sure at this point. But we can show you one of the places that we do expect the hostages to go soon, and that's the Hatzarim Air Base. You can see inside Israel. So Rafah here, and then presumably they'll move somewhere back into Israel, either crossing here or here, and then travel to the Hatzarim Air Base. That's where our Matthew Chance is with the latest on what you're seeing. Matthew.
That's right, John. Here at the Hatzarim Air Base, preparations have been underway for some time to cater for this arrival. This first stop in the arrival of these 13 Israeli hostages, perhaps the nationals from Thailand and the Philippines as well, though it's unclear whether they'll be coming directly here as well. We're trying to get clarification on that. But yes, it's going to be a sensitive operation. You saw those people heading towards the bus in the live video that we've been watching. Our understanding, according to Israeli military officials on the ground here at the airbase that have been speaking to us, are saying that the plan at the moment is for these hostages to be driven, these freed hostages to be driven by road in buses to this airbase. The reason they're doing that, they said, is because helicopter flights can be scary and they don't want to further traumatize anybody who hasn't been on a helicopter before. That's the reason they said they're going to drive them by road. And so we'll see how that develops. Obviously, this is a fast changing situation on the ground, and that plan could change. But whether they come here by bus or whether they're flown here in helicopters, this is the place where we understand they will be received by get initial checkups. They'll be able to make phone calls to their family members. They'll be properly looked at medically and psychologically to assess what their immediate needs are, given food and drinks, a change of clothes if that's necessary as well. It's not clear whether they're still in the same clothes, for instance, that they were in when they were abducted so violently back on October the 7th. So they're going to be looked at here. There are also shower facilities, things like that. After that, they're going to be loaded onto helicopters and taken to various hospitals around the country, particularly close to Tel Aviv, depending on what their exact medical needs are. Now, in terms of the timing on that, once the hostages, if they come by road, once they get to the border of Israel, it's going to take about an hour, because it's about 30 miles away, a bit longer than that perhaps, to the border, depending on where they come across to this base. And then they're going to be processed for between half an hour and 2 hours, depending on their specific needs. And so we're bracing ourselves for several hours now before these people sort of arrive here, are processed, and then finally board those helicopters that are waiting for them here and choppered to the hospitals elsewhere in the country. But again, a very sensitive, delicate, anxious period underway right now.
To be sure, for these 24 people experiencing freedom for the first time in 48 days. Again, Matthew Chance at the Hatzarim Air Base. You're looking at video right now of these hostages boarding a bus. That was at the Rafah crossing a short time ago. Exactly where that bus is headed, not really clear. But again, that was at the Rafah crossing. I can show you on a map where this is all taking place, so you can situate yourself. Where Matthew Chance was, that's the Hatzarim Air Base right there. The Rafah crossing where you just saw that video right there. I want to go not far from Rafah now to the Kerem Shalom crossing. That's where our Jeremy Diamond is. And Jeremy, you've been seeing some helicopter activity there. You've got an update for us.
Yeah, that's right. So we saw these 2 helicopters land here earlier in the hour, John. You saw it live with us. We've now just learned that at least one of these helicopters is indeed a medical helicopter, which can be used for medical evacuations. We do not know whether it is here because as a precaution, whether it is here because it is going to be used for one of these hostages, or for some other reason. But certainly, when you look at the amount of activity that we are seeing here, and all of the indications that we have gotten about the likelihood of Kerem Shalom being the location where these hostages will cross into Israel, it is certainly increasingly looking like that may very well be the case. Again, we do not have that fully confirmed as of now, but that does appear to be the likeliest scenario at this point. As we were talking about before, John, and I think it bears repeating, we know that in the past, this Rafah crossing has been used for these types of situations. Gilad Shalit in 2011, he was taken out via the Rafah crossing into Egypt, just like these hostages tonight. And then he was brought into Israel via this Kerem Shalom crossing. And so that may very well be the scenario that we are beginning to watch play out.
Jeremy, just so people understand, to drive from the Rafah crossing to the Kerem Shalom crossing where you are, I mean, how long would that take?
I could not tell you, John, to be honest. I don't want to guesstimate it. But I do know that it is obviously a relatively short distance. I mean, the Gaza Strip as a whole, at its widest point, is about 6 kilometers wide. So not a very long drive. It could be something that could be done, I believe, if I'm recalling a conversation I had recently, in about 30 minutes or so. So it is certainly very close. Again, it depends at what speeds they're moving. We know that there are ambulances involved. And so we will see exactly, how quickly all of that actually comes together. And then also the other question is, how long are they actually at that crossing point before they actually start moving to that airbase in southern Israel?
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeremy, I get it. Sometimes it's hard to know exactly how far or close things are when you're standing there literally in the dark. But the important thing to keep in mind here is we're not talking about great distances. So they boarded that bus, and if they were going toward you, it would not take long to get there. If they're going to the Hatzarim Air Base, where Matthew Chance is, that could be an hour or so. So it's possible we see them again shortly, or it's possible we may not see that bus again for some time now. But obviously the welfare of these individuals is of paramount importance. Let's go to Oren Lieberman, who's standing by in Tel Aviv for us right now. This is a location, Oren, where Israeli citizens have been monitoring the progress of this hostage release. What are you seeing right now?
Very much so, John. There's a crowd behind me. You can see them here over my right shoulder that's watching a TV studio setup, and that's important because they have a monitor there, a TV that shows them the latest. So they're staring at that very closely to watch all of the updates and the movement of these first 13 Israeli women and children from Gaza, now we know into Egypt, and making their way back to Israel. On my left here is the table we've seen set up for some time now, a chair for each of the missing hostages that's set up on a daily basis. Given the fact that it's now Friday night, it's set up for the Sabbath dinner here. This Hostages Square has become a focal point of some of the demonstrations, frankly, some of the protests. Many of the families of the hostages set up tents here to try to force the war cabinet meeting at the defense ministry right behind me to meet with them. And that was a meeting that only came to fruition in the last few days. And even then they were frustrated by the lack of answers they got from the government. One man who left that meeting early said there was no new information given, and you could see how frustrated and how desperate they were for more answers about their loved ones. It was only 24 hours after that that we finally got word that a deal was coming into place and would soon be acted upon, as we're seeing now. So it has been incredibly difficult moments here for all of the families that have come here to demonstrate, to be together. Many have described it as a new family they have found as they try to get through the past 7 weeks. And now, for the first time in so long, a different emotion creeping into the picture here. And that, a bit of celebration, just a tiny bit of joy for the 13 that are now on their way back to Israel. They have waited so long for this moment. A lot of the signs here say, bring them home now, bring them home today. And for weeks, that was just a dream, a hope. Tonight, John, for some at least, that dream coming true.
Oren Lieberman for us in Tel Aviv right now, with Israelis watching the progress of these hostages right now, who have now moved out of Gaza over the Rafah crossing into Egypt, and we are following their movements very closely. We just got our first video of what we believe to be a number of those hostages, some 24, 13 Israelis, 10 Thai hostages, 1 Filipino citizen. They have been released. They are on the move right now. This is CNN's special live coverage. You're looking at that video, including that little girl in the yellow shirt. Our coverage continues right after this.
It's not painful.
Free, free. breaking news.
All right, the breaking news at this hour: 24 hostages have been released by Hamas terrorists. 13 Israelis, 10 Thai citizens, 1 Filipino citizen. They were moved from inside Gaza over the Rafah crossing into Egypt. A short time ago, we got our first look at some of these hostages. We have video. It includes pictures you're looking at right there of a little girl in a yellow shirt. One of the 13 Israeli hostages released. We have other video to show you as well, different vantage points where you can see some of the people, including, again, that girl who was released, and then a number of people boarding a bus from a facility, a holding facility inside Rafah. A number of these people now on a bus, on the move, presumably back into Israel. This is the first part of this pause in fighting agreed to by Israel, by Hamas, to allow for the release of some 50 hostages over the next several days in exchange for the release of 150 Palestinian prisoners and a pause in the fighting. And breaking just moments ago, the identity of 2 of the Israeli hostages that have been released. Their names: Margalit Moses, who is either 77 or 78. She may have had a birthday in captivity. And Adina Moshe, 72 years old. So 2 women, 72 and 77 or 78, among those who have been released. We are following the movements of these hostages as they experience freedom for the first time in 48 days. Let's get to Caitlin Collins, who is in Tel Aviv with the very latest. Caitlin.
Yeah, John, we've just gotten a statement from the IDF confirming that the hostages are back in Israel. They say that they are with IDF Special Forces and Israel Security Agency Special Forces. They say that they underwent an initial medical assessment inside Israeli territory and that they will continue to be accompanied by those IDF soldiers as they make their way to Israeli hospitals to be reunited with their families. And for more on the status of those hostages, I want to bring in Elan Levy, a spokesperson for the Israeli government. Thank you for joining me, sir. Can you confirm all 13 of the Israeli hostages are now back in Israel?
The first batch of hostages, thank God, have been released from Hamas's hell dungeons, are in the hands of Israeli special forces. They've received preliminary medical attention and they're now en route to hospitals where they will be reunited with their families, or rather, should I say, what's left of their families. Many of them, of course, their families were murdered on October 7th. Some are being separated from relatives, male relatives who are still stuck inside the Gaza Strip. Definitely a fantastic first step, incredibly moving for Israeli society. But let's remember, that still leaves 215 hostages inside the Gaza Strip, and none of us here are free until all of them are free. We are committed to that pledge. There will be no one left behind.
You said that they have undergone this initial medical assessment. What have you gleaned from the condition of some of these hostages? How are they doing?
We're not speaking publicly about their medical situation. This is a sensitive and ongoing situation. But let's remember, these people, these women and these children were brutally abducted on October 7th by the terrorists who burned, beheaded, mutilated, tortured, and raped these people's relatives and neighbors in those kibbutzim in southern Israel. And since then, they have been held in the dark and their families have been kept in the dark. Though we're not given any access to the Red Cross, we had no information about their condition, no information about who was alive and who might be dead. So it's important that they get that medical attention. We will, of course, be looking for signs of how they may have been abused by Hamas while they were in captivity, and hope to begin a process of rehabilitation. You know, these are little children. We don't know. Have they seen sunlight in the last 50 days? Were they fed properly? Have they come out malnourished? I don't want to speculate about how awfully they may have been treated, but we're all very anxious to make sure that they are safe and begin a long process of physical and psychological rehabilitation. Let's remember, while many of them have lost family who were murdered on October 7th, and they still have family in the Gaza Strip as hostages of Hamas.
Were they able to call their families yet? I know that was going to be something that Israel was trying to have happen early on, as soon as they were with these Israeli special forces. Do you know if that's happened yet?
I understand the initial plan was that they would be given mobile phones and allowed to contact their families, but they're being transported now to central Israel by soldiers who have been given special sensitivity training to make sure that they can deal with these children who are completely traumatized. You know, our soldiers have been told not just to pick up the children, to ask them, is it okay if I touch you? Is it okay if I hold you? Is it okay if I carry you? Because they have been into the bowels of hell and back in the last 50 days. And hopefully we'll be able to get them the care they need and give them the first hugs of whole and safe family inside Israel. And then we can work to get everyone else out and make sure there is no one left behind. We'll bring back everyone, the men, the women, the elderly, the young, the soldiers and the civilians.
We've been watching these videos and we've seen what we believe are these hostages. We saw a young girl. We saw 2 elderly women. Do you have an idea of the age range of these hostages that are the first to be released today?
We've seen that the victims' families have put out a list. We haven't officially confirmed that, but on that list is a little girl as young as 2, who the victims' families are saying were released together with her 4-year-old sister and mother, and elderly people, women in their mid-80s who are suffering with very serious medical conditions and abducted into the Gaza Strip without their medication. The hostages Hamas has been holding are some of the most vulnerable people in Israeli society who have been held in the most inhumane conditions for nearly 50 days now. And we're hoping and praying for their health, and we hope that they're going to be able to recover, having been through an inhumane trauma that nobody should ever have to endure.
So just to confirm, because there was a question of whether or not that was the little girl's mother, you say you believe it was a mother, a 2-year-old, and a 4-year-old from one family that is part of this group of 13?
The State of Israel has not yet published a definitive list of the hostages who have been released, but I've seen that the hostages' families have already begun to speak and identify them, and let's just wait a little bit longer until we can get official confirmation on that.
What was the Prime Minister's reaction, the wartime cabinet's reaction to seeing this deal that they signed off on actually come to fruition today, based on largely how we believe and officials had expected it to go?
Look, the deal was not easy. It's never easy to release prisoners from jails who have been convicted of violent offenses. And the prisoners we are going to be releasing from Israeli jails, many of them have been convicted of attempted murder, of stabbing people, of shooting people. It's never easy to do that, but it's a price that we're paying because we will not abandon our children in the hands of the pedophile rapists of Hamas. Of course, we're happy to have those children home. We understand that this is only the first stage, because as we get those 13 Israelis and 12 foreign nationals out of the Gaza Strip, that still leaves 215 people inside the Gaza Strip. Their hell, their nightmare continues, and we're determined to bring everyone back and proceed with caution and continue to apply pressure on Hamas. It was Israel's military pressure that brought Hamas to release those little children. It didn't suddenly wake up in the morning and realize it was evil to hold a 2-year-old child in captivity. It was Israeli military pressure, and we're going to continue putting that pressure on Hamas until we bring everyone back and make sure there is no one left behind.
Does the way today went give Israeli officials hope that the rest of this process, the rest of the release of these other 37 hostages will go smoothly?
We would definitely like to see the process of releasing those hostages from captivity continue. We're still in very early stages of what is happening today, but we are cautiously optimistic. The plan at the moment is to get the first 50 hostages out over the space of 4 days, women and children, in exchange for a 4-day hostage release pause. At that point, the offer is that for every 10 additional hostages Hamas releases, we will offer another 1-day pause in the fighting. Eventually, we will return. This war has to end with the end of Hamas. We will not leave in power the terror organization, the sick monsters that abducted these children in the first place. But we are hopeful that we can get as many hostages out as possible. And we've put in place the list of Palestinian prisoners to be released as part of that deal to get as many as 100 out in the next few days.
Ilan Levy, a spokesperson for the Israeli government, thank you for joining us so quickly with this breaking news.
Let's all pray for good news. Thank you.
And John, Absolutely. And John, of course, this is major news here. An Israeli official confirming that, yes, all 13 of these hostages, the first to be released as a part of this brokered deal with Hamas, are now back in Israeli territory. They are on the way to hospitals where they're accompanied by Israeli military officials, but that is where they will be reunited with their families. And of course, just a pivotal moment in this day to see this through, as we knew they had been released by Hamas in Gaza. They were transferred to the Red Cross. They went to Egypt. And now we do have the Israeli government confirming that they are all back here in Israel, John.
Back in Israel, the process very much continues, Caitlin, as you said, moving from Gaza over the Rafah crossing into Egypt. This was some of the first video we saw of that moment as the hostages experiencing freedom right there. You can see that little girl in the yellow shirt among the hostages released. We have the identity now of a couple more of the hostages, not provided by the Israeli government, as you just heard there from Caitlin, but these are confirmed by the families themselves. Amelia Aloni, 6 years old, and her mother, Danielle Aloni, who was 45. We have now confirmed that they have been released to go along with Adina Moshe and Margalit Moses. I will say, I spoke to Adina Moshe's granddaughter Tuesday night, so a couple days ago, and Adina Moshe's granddaughter, they had no idea whether the grandmother would be among those released or not. They had just received word of the deal that was brokered. She was hopeful, but said they would not believe anything until they saw it. Now they've seen it. Now they have their grandmother out. Again, these were the pictures moments ago at the Rafah border crossing as they moved out of Gaza into Egypt. All the hostages, we are now told, are back in Israel itself. Let's get to Jeremy Diamond, actually, right now. I can go back. I can show you, actually, right here where Jeremy is at the Kerem Shalom crossing. Jeremy, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, John, we are seeing multiple vehicles with flashing lights headed from the direction of the Kerem Shalom crossing point. This road that you're seeing leads from the Kerem Shalom crossing point past our position in the direction of that Air Force base where Matthew has been and where we understand that these hostages will be taken. They are no longer hostages, of course, now that they are firmly on Israeli territory. And we are seeing multiple vehicles heading in the direction past near where these helicopters are, near our position. We don't know yet whether or not anybody will be brought into the helicopters. Our understanding is that if somebody needs urgent medical attention, then they would be medevaced via helicopter. We don't know whether that is the case. That is why it appears that these helicopters are on standby. And we are seeing them now. At least the first two vehicles with flashing lights just went past the turnoff where they would need to turn in order to get to these helicopters. Several more vehicles are following behind. They are dipping behind the wall here. One of the helicopters is actually beginning to take off already. You can see that. I think you can see in our shot the helicopter is taking off, and several of those vehicles just went past. Along that road, I can't see from my position what types of vehicles they are, but clearly this was a significant movement of vehicles away from the Kerem Shalom crossing with flashing lights, moving in the direction that they would go if indeed that was the convoy with those recently freed hostages inside.
It would make a lot of sense, Jeremy, that that's what you're seeing as we see that helicopter departing. Whether it has any of the freed hostages on board or not, we can't be sure. But Jeremy Diamond seeing a convoy of vehicles pass him by, and I can show people on the map where he is and where they might be headed. This is the Rafah crossing where we believe the hostages crossed from Gaza into Egypt. This is Kerem Shalom, where Jeremy is right here, not far from Rafah, and this is where we believe they are headed to the Hatzarim Air Base right there. Jeremy, again, you saw a lot of activity right there with that convoy passing by and the helicopters as well, and you had told us the helicopter was standing by as a medevac, just in case. They had taken an enormous level of precaution here, yes?
Yeah, that's right. And we did not see those vehicles stop near the helicopter. So, all indications are that nobody boarded that helicopter, but instead it appears to have taken off right at the same time as that convoy passed by. And we know that there was a possibility as well of some of these helicopters escorting this convoy effectively to this base from the air, just to provide an added degree of protection for these people 13 women and children who have endured so much over these last nearly 50 days. Hard to imagine what they may have endured inside Gaza while they were in Hamas captivity, but now at least they are firmly on Israeli soil. We saw a convoy of vehicles leaving from the Kerem Shalom checkpoint, where we believe that they may have arrived and where they may have crossed into Israel. And shortly, we will see whether or not they arrive indeed at that airbase.
All right, Jeremy Diamond standing by for us at the Kerem Shalom Air Base with a convoy of hostages that could very well be on the move to the Hatzarim Air Base. From there, the hostages, we are told, will be taken to the hostages, now freed hostages, will be taken to hospitals around Israel, including a children's hospital in Tel Aviv. That is where our Clarissa Ward, our senior international correspondent, has been standing by for hours now. Clarissa, give us the latest from where you are.
So, John, we are here at the Schneider Children's Medical Center. Behind me, there is a helipad. It's a little bit quieter there now, but we have seen 4 or 5 ambulances who were parked up there. We saw a flurry of activity earlier with a number of medical personnel, paramedics, security personnel as well, some of them on their phones, sort of milling around that area, presumably preparing the area for the potential arrival of these now free hostages. The people who are expected to be brought here, John, are the children hostages and children hostages who may be with their mothers as well. So you mentioned that we know now Danielle and Amelia Aloni. Amelia is just 6 years old with her mother Danielle. They could well be, we don't know, but they could well certainly be brought here. They obviously were from the Nir Oz kibbutz, a community of some 400 people. Nearly a quarter of the residents of Nir Oz were either killed or kidnapped during the October 7th attacks. And we've been talking a lot to hospital staff here, John, who have really gone to great lengths to try to ensure that the area in the hospital where these now free hostages will be brought to does not look like a hospital, that it feels like a warm and intimate space. The wording they used was that they want it to feel like a beautiful hotel, that they have lots of toys, and that they have hand-picked the most experienced and most relevant staff to work with these children and potentially mothers as well. They talked about the importance of having the best psychiatrists. There are also social workers who will be paired to each individual family. And now really a heightened sense of excitement, obviously still trepidation as well, because there is the very real understanding from medical personnel and people who work in the hospital that these children will probably be very different little children to the ones that they were on October 6th, that they have undergone a tremendous trauma. But for those who are not seriously injured, they will be most likely brought here to the Schneider Medical Facility. Inside, there's an area where many journalists have also gathered. They're expecting to have some kind of a press conference or press availability a bit later on once we see those arrivals. And that helipad in the background, again, as I mentioned before, was the focus of significant activity over the last few hours as everybody gets ready for the arrivals, John.
Clarissa Ward in Tel Aviv at the Schneider Children's Medical Center right there. We will wait and see if any of those now freed hostages arrives where you are. The Prime Minister's office just released the name of all 13 freed Israeli hostages. I'm going to read them because I know there are people watching from around the world, and these names may very well mean something incredibly important to people who are viewing right now. Yafa Adar, Ohad Munder, Karen Munder, Ruth Munder, Margalit Moses, Adina Moshe, you can see them up on the screen right there, Danielle Aloni, Amelia Aloni, who's just 6 years old, Aviv Asher, Raz Asher, Doron Katz Asher, Hannah Katzir, and Chana Peri. Those are the 13 Israeli hostages. The names of those hostages who have just been released. This will be an incredible moment for the families who have been standing vigil for them for 48 straight days, but also with the knowledge that some 200 hostages remain inside Gaza. Our live special coverage continues right after this.
We are live here on the ground in Tel Aviv in Israel, where we have just gotten confirmation from the Israeli government that all 13 Israeli hostages that were released today by Hamas from Gaza for the first time since October 7th are now safely back in Israel. They've undergone medical screenings and initial checkup. They are now on their way to Israeli hospitals. They are being accompanied by Israeli special forces, and it is once they arrive at those Israeli hospitals that they will be reunited with their families. At least 12 of the 13 hostages who are freed today came from kibbutz near Oz. Of course, that was one of the scenes of complete slaughter on that day. A quarter of the residents there were either kidnapped or killed that day, and at least 12 of them have now been released. We've gotten confirmation from a spokesperson for the kibbutz. Those ages of who we are seeing come across range from 2.5 years old to 80 years old. The 2.5-year-old has now been returned along with her sister and also their 34-year-old mother also being held hostage. This is huge welcome news for all of these families, really for everyone here in Israel as they are watching all of this incredibly closely. But it is 13 out of the 50 expected in this deal that has been brokered between Israel and Hamas. Of course, there are still 215, according to the Israeli government, hostages still being held in Gaza. CNN's Matthew Chance is tracking all of this for us as we are watching these minute-by-minute developments. Matthew, what are you seeing from the airbase where you are right now?
Well, we're waiting at this Hatzarim air base in central Israel, where we're told by the Israeli military that those 13 Israeli hostages and that the Thai nationals and the Philippine national as well that have also been released are expected to be making their first stop inside Israel as they're further processed, given further medical checks and psychological assessments as well. And after that process is over, there's also going to be food and drink here, there's going to be showers available, changes of clothes, things like that. After that process is over, we're told that they'll be boarding helicopters at this airbase. The helicopter pad is just a short distance from here, so we'll be able to bring that to you from very close proximity. And they'll be taken away to the various hospitals in Israel, depending on their specific medical needs. But yes, you're right, it's been a long and difficult logistical operation. I haven't heard yet about what the situation is with the Palestinians who are meant to be released from Israeli jails after these Israeli hostages were released into Israeli custody, but we're expecting to have something on that soon. But you know, if it does go off, as it seems to be going off at the moment, you know, without much of a hitch, then that is a very positive sign for the rest of the days that have been agreed. There have been 4 days of pause of the fighting, plus releases of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners that were agreed in this hostage deal. If this, what I'm trying to say is, if this day goes off without much of a hitch, that's very positive for the other days following in that way as well. And so incredibly exciting and happy news for many people tonight across Israel, but also happiness tinged with a bittersweet sentiment, because there are still so many people, of course, who remain hostages inside the Gaza Strip, Caitlin.
Yeah, a sigh of relief for these families and all of these families who have become so close during this torturous process. Matthew Chance, as you see more, we'll continue to check back in with you. There's also, because of what happened on that day, because so many families were left with members of theirs kidnapped by Hamas, it's created this kind of bonding for these families who they're the only ones who know what each other is going through, the agony that they have felt every day, missing their loved ones. CNN's Oren Lieberman is in a place that has informally become known here in Tel Aviv as Hostage Square. Oren, I mean, this has been a place where you've seen families gather. They have made their emotions clear. They've made their pleas to the government clear when they felt like they weren't being heard. What are you seeing there tonight, now that this is the first time that we've seen this large of a group of hostages be released happen?
This is a place where so many of the families that have something fundamental missing, a loved one missing, they have come together to form a new family. A lot of or I should say one of the efforts here, has been on this wall here behind me. The wall of the Tel Aviv Art Museum would rotate through the pictures of the missing. And the white lettering on top used to say, "Tachziru oti habayta achshav," bring me home now. Now, for the first time in some 50 days, the wording there has changed. That now says, "Chazarti habayta," I have returned home. It's showing the pictures of the 13 first Israeli hostages who were released under this agreement. 5-year-old Amelia Aloni. It should change here in just a second. We have seen a number of these pictures come up. Yafa Adar, as well as Adina Moshe, Daniel Aloni from the same family as the previous photo there. It is an enormous relief to the loved ones of those whose picture is being broadcast right now to see their picture up on that wall with the title above that, "I have returned home." Many of them, as we've learned, from the same kibbutz, the kibbutz of Nir Oz. It's also worth noting that we spoke to somebody else here just a short time ago who has a loved one from Nir Oz who has not yet come home. And she talked about the joy of hearing that some of that family, some of the kibbutz family has come home, but how difficult it will be over the course of the next several days waiting for news that her cousin and his son have been released and freed and are able to come home after such a long time in Gaza. Still, you can see those pictures continue to rotate. 72-year-old Adina Moshe, and that crucial headline up top, "Chazarti habayta." This is where they hope that they can add to these pictures over the course of the next several days. So it's not just 13, so it becomes the full 50 and beyond that. And this square will probably always be known as Hostages Square, but there will be a bit more joy in the gathering here, a bit more of a reason to celebrate as they add more photos up there behind me that say, "Chazarti habayta," I have returned home.
It is remarkable, Oren, to see that, because everywhere you go in Israel, I mean, in other parts of the world, but especially here in Israel, you see these flyers. They are on the backs of cabs. They are on people's shirts. They are inside restaurants. They are everywhere you go where you see that saying, "Bring me home." And to see that message change is obviously such a sigh of relief. But you look at some of those women, and I was just looking at a statement from the spokesperson for Kibbutz Nir Oz. One of the women who has been brought home, she's one of the elderly women. Yes, she is brought home. It is such a relief for her family. Her husband, though, is still being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. Obviously, he is not on the list of women and children that is expected to be in this first group. It just underscores what a bittersweet moment this truly is. Oren Lieberman in Hostage Square here in Israel. And of course, as we continue to monitor what is happening here, the statements that are coming in from Israeli officials, what we do know right now is that these 13 Israeli hostages that have been released by Hamas are now back here in Israel. They've undergone an initial screening. They are on their way to hospitals where they are going to be reunited with their families. The first time that they have tasted freedom since October 7th. We're continuing to monitor these live developments with our special coverage. We'll be back in just a moment.
All right, welcome back. Our breaking news coverage. 24 hostages released by Hamas terrorists today. They are all now in freedom. All 13 Israeli hostages are back on Israeli territory. We believe they are moving by bus from the Kerem Shalom crossing right now towards the Hatzarim Air Base. From there, they will be flown to other hospitals or locations inside Israel. And just moments ago, we got the names of all 13 Israeli hostages released. I will read through them with their approximate ages. I say approximate because some have had birthdays during their 48 days in captivity. Yafa Adar, 85 years old. Ohad Munder, 9 years old. Karen Munder, 54 years old. Ruth Munder, 78. Margalit Moses, 77 or 78. Adina Moshe, 72. Danielle Aloni, 45. Amelia Aloni, her daughter, 6. Aviv Asher, 2. Raz Asher, 4. Doron Katz Asher, 34. Hannah Katzir, 76. Chana Peri, 79 years old. The names of the 13 hostages released, all of them except for Chana Peri, I believe, residents of the kibbutz near Oz, all of them Israeli citizens. No Americans yet released today, though it is believed it will happen over the next few days. Let's get to our senior national security correspondent, Alex Marquardt, our chief national security correspondent, Alex Marquardt, for the latest on that. Alex, what are you hearing from U.S. officials now on all of this?
Well, John, one name not on that list today, Abigail Edan, an American Israeli who President Biden has spoken so much about. For most of the time in captivity, she has been 3 years old. She turns 4 years old today. There was certainly a hope among American officials that she would be among those released in this first group. Now it appears that she is not. We got the sense that would not happen today. Yesterday, when the Israelis started telling families of the 13 that they would be coming home. And so there is an expectation, a hope among American officials that in these 4 days of pause, that 3 Americans will be released, 2 women and young Abigail. Now, the question after this first day, John, is how many more hostages can we expect released tomorrow? The way that this has been set up is that each side would present the other through the Red Cross with the list of the Israeli hostages. We're expecting a minimum of 10 per day. That's part of the deal. It could go higher. Today we saw 13, and then there was this other surprise, really, of the 11 foreign nationals who were also released. John, 50 to be released over 4 days, but American officials have said throughout this process that the hope is, of course, that there will be more who are released and that this pause can be extended beyond the 4 days. The deal was set up in such a way, one senior administration official said, in order to incentivize the release of further hostages. There is an expectation that it could go higher than this initial 50, another couple dozen perhaps. And then, John, once you broaden it out beyond the women and children, there are also the questions about who would be left. Now we still have more than 200 hostages left in Hamas and other groups' custody. There are foreign nationals like the ones that we saw released today. There are elderly Israeli men. There's an expectation that they might be among one of the first groups to be released after women and children. The toughest group, John, is going to be the IDF soldiers, both men and women, who are being held by Hamas and these other groups. They will be the most valuable hostages, if you will, in terms of leverage for Hamas to hold on to. So I think there are 2 big questions now, John. How much longer can this pause be extended beyond the 4 days? Of course, assuming all goes well. And then when could the fighting resume? Because we have heard Israeli officials saying that they do intend very much to get back to the fighting, to get back to their goal of trying to eradicate Hamas. But John, there was so much focus on this exchange today to make sure that this went well, to prove that this mechanism works, to prove that this deal can hold. We have now had almost 13 hours of a peaceful pause in this fighting. It appears to be holding. So American officials are watching this extremely closely to make sure that they can get out not just these 3 Americans in the next few days, but as many hostages as possible, John.
You bring up such excellent points there, Alex Marquardt. 13 Israeli hostages released today, 10 Thai citizens, 1 Filipino. More than 200 hostages remain, including Abigail Adan, who turns 4 today. This is Abigail's birthday today, and it's still held hostage inside Gaza. Our thanks to Alex Marquardt for that. Let's talk now to CNN Global Affairs analyst Kimberly Dozier. Kim, we've been watching very closely what's been happening all day long here. Again, all 13 Israeli hostages back on Israeli soil. We've seen some remarkable video, including of a young girl in that yellow shirt being released there. A significant step today. How significant?
Well, it shows proof of concept that with Qatar organizing this and with the U.S. Bringing Israel along, they've managed to keep no fighting on the ground, or at least limited fighting. There have been some skirmishes between Israeli troops and Palestinians who are trying to go back to northern Gaza, and some non-lethal methods like tear gas were used to drive them back. But the guns seem to have fallen silent, and this first tranche lends hope to 4 days of full transfers each day. Possibly up to 10 days. The Israeli cabinet had approved a truce of up to 10 days from the first releases. And U.S. officials have told us, as Alex was mentioning, that they want to exploit every single possible day, bringing back as many as 100 hostages in just this period of time. But that leaves something like 140, including those troops. And if Israel at that point decides that it has to start fighting again, it's going to face pressure from the families inside the country and also from the international community, because 10 days is not enough time to get in the humanitarian aid that's needed to help the 1.7 million displaced Gazans that the UN reports don't have proper shelter or food or water at this point.
And again, and today is very much about these families, these people ages, 2 to 85 who have been released, held hostage for 48 days. But there is also a military and diplomatic effort very much underway. Who has the leverage here, Kim, as we look at this? As Israel has said, we will pause the fighting as long as Hamas continues to release a minimum of 10 hostages a day. Does that give Israel the leverage or Hamas the leverage?
Well, the uncomfortable reality here is that this is playing out exactly as Hamas planned it. They are deciding who they release, and Israel is the supplicant, having to cease fire against an adversary that committed horrible atrocities on October 7th. And that's going to keep playing out. Remember, it took years to get back Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit. So with dozens of Israeli troops in their custody, that means anguish for the Israeli families and a real incentive for the Israeli Defense Force to start fighting again, because they think Hamas is going to change its tactics. It's going to raise the price of releasing the rest of these troops back to safety.
And Kim, what we're looking at right now on our screen is a helipad outside a children's hospital inside Israel. I believe that's the Schneider Children's Medical Center, where our Clifford Ward has been all day. Why a children's hospital? Well, 4 of the hostages released today, the ages are 9, 6, 4, and 2. A 2-year-old who's been held hostage for 48 days. Kim, obviously, public opinion inside Israel, they put a lot of pressure on the Israeli government to work for a hostage release. At this point, is the public pressure, you think, pointing toward we want a full hostage release? We'll continue to pressure the government to pause the fighting until they're all out? Or do you think the public opinion at some point will be sated by 100, if that's what it comes to over the next few days?
I think for the families of those who've been taken, they want every single one back. But of course, Israel is somewhat divided politically. There are the extreme elements of the Netanyahu government and the people they represent who think that this is just empowering terrorists and they'll want to resume the fighting. And Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu has the stability of his own government to consider to maintain it. He's got to make sure that that more extreme wing feels like he is willing to continue to prosecute this war. In the meantime, the tough part that's going to happen for the hostages now is once they feel calm and safe, Israeli security professionals will have to question them, how they were taken, where they were taken, what they saw, what they smelled, how they were treated. Part of it is to get information that might lead to the locations of other hostages, and part of it also is just to build a list of, what behavior they were exposed to for possible criminal cases, and as Israel has threatened, for targeting every last Hamas member responsible from here till as long as it takes.
Obviously they will take care of these people as best they can, but when the time is right, they will learn what they can from certainly the adults who have been freed today. Kim Dozier, thank you so much for being with us this morning, or now this afternoon. Again, 24 hostages freed by Hamas terrorists today, all 13 Israelis back on Israeli soil. You're looking at video right now, including of a young girl from the moments where they crossed from Gaza into freedom in Egypt. Our special live coverage continues right after this. All right, this is CNN's special live coverage. 24 hostages freed today. This first of 4 scheduled days of hostage releases, including 13 Israeli citizens. We believe on the move now toward this air base in southern Israel, the Hatzarim Air Base. Will then move to hospitals throughout the country. Let's get to our Caitlin Collins, who's in Tel Aviv. Caitlin?
Yeah, John, the next steps we know here are further medical screenings for so many of these hostages, the Israeli hostages, the 13 of them who are now the ones who we have confirmed with Israeli officials. They are back here in Israel for the first time since October 7th. They underwent an initial medical screening as soon as they were transferred over, as they are now being accompanied by Israeli special forces. But it is this next step that is going to be a critical one, obviously, where they will not only be going to these hospitals, John, they're also going to be reunited with their families for the first times. Israel had provided these Israeli special forces with mobile phones so they could make that initial call as soon as they were handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross and then through Egypt to these Israeli officials so they could at least make a call. But it'll be the first time for them to actually see them in person during that, of course, and continuing to monitor all their developments here now that they have been fully released and are back in Israel tonight.
And again, you're looking at pictures from earlier where some of these hostages, including the 13 Israelis, 10 Thai citizens, 1 Filipino citizen, being loaded onto buses and taken away. You know, I want to leave you, I think, with the names and ages of these hostages because it is so important. Yafa Adar, 85, Ruth Munder, 78, Margalit Moses, 77, Hannah Katzir, 76, Adina Moshe, 72, Karen Munder, 54, Danielle Aloni, 45, Corin Katz Asher, 34, Ohad Munder, 9, Amelia Aloni, 5 years old, Raz Asher, 4 years old, Aviv Asher, 2 years old. In Chana Peri, the Times of Israel says she is 79. All of them, except for Chana Peri, were residents of the Nir Oz kibbutz, Caitlin.
Yeah, a kibbutz that saw a fourth of its members either kidnapped or abducted that day. Now 12 at least have been released and returned back to Israel tonight, John.
Again, this is CNN's special live coverage tracking the release of these hostages. We'll have much more right after this.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to CNN News Central. We are tracking the release of 24 hostages now safe in Israel. I'm Boris Sanchez alongside Jim Sciutto in Washington and Wolf Blitzer's live for us in Tel Aviv. Right now, 13 Israelis, 10 Thai citizens, and 1 Filipino citizen are free after 48 days as hostages of Hamas and other groups in Gaza. In this video, you see the bus that was carrying them entering Israel. This video taken just moments ago.
Israeli officials say the freed hostages are now en route to receive further medical care and to, of course, be reunited with their families. The 39 Palestinian prisoners being released by Israel in exchange today as part of this agreement are also, as we understand it, on the move. Wolf?
And we now have the names and ages of the 13 Israelis who were released today. This is from the Israeli government. Let me read the names of those released and their ages. Yafa Adar, 85. Ruth Munder, 78. Margalit Moses, 77. Hannah Katsir, 76. Adina Moshe, 72. Karen Munder, 54. Danielle Aloni, 45. Doron Katz Asher, 34. Ohad Munder, 9 years old. Amelia Aloni, 5 years old. Raz Asher, 4 years old. Aviv Asher, 2 years old. And finally, Hannah Perry, she's 79 years old. We have worldwide coverage of all these very dramatic, historic developments unfolding. Let's begin with CNN's Clarissa Ward. She's over at the Children's Hospital near Tel Aviv in Petah Tikva, where some of these people will be treated. Clarissa, what stages of the process are these hostages in right now? What are you learning?
Well, Wolf, everybody here very much anxiously awaiting the arrival of some of those potential hostages. They're expecting children, and particularly those children who might be traveling with their parents as well, such as Amelia Aloni, her mother, Danielle. And I'm just going to step outside of the shot for one moment, Wolf, so you can see if we can push in to the helipad behind me. We have seen quite a lot of activity at that helipad over the past couple of hours. We have seen a number of ambulances parked up. We have seen a lot of paramedics there, people on their phones, some security personnel, and a sense of heightened activity as we await the potential arrival of some of those now freed hostages. There's obviously been a huge amount of thought and consideration that's gone into how exactly the hospital should be preparing to greet them. They have taken an area of the hospital and tried to ensure that it no longer looks like a hospital, Wolf. They've tried to fill it with toys to make it warm, to make it intimate. They say that it now has the feel, to use their words, of a beautiful hotel. They are ensuring that they have handpicked and selected the most appropriate staff to deal with and to treat those who will be arriving here. They are talking about psychiatrists, social workers. Each family will have a different social worker appointed to them. And so really you've seen along the various nodes of this operation a huge amount of thought going into how to be as sensitive as possible to the almost certain state of trauma that these hostages will be in, that these children will be in. Even those who may be in reasonable health have been through an ordeal, some of them marking their birthdays in captivity. They have been held often underground for nearly 7 weeks. And so we're expecting now that they would be deployed potentially on a helicopter, hence the helipad, to these hospitals after undergoing those initial medical checks. They had their identity checked. We know also, Wolf, an important detail, I think, that the IDF, Israeli forces who will be dealing with these hostages, now released hostages, have been given guidelines, comprehensive framework for how to talk to them, particularly the children, what to do if they're asked questions, for example, about where's my mommy or where's my daddy or where are my family members, not to answer those questions until, to say essentially, sweetheart, I can't answer that for you, but we're taking you now to a safe place where you'll be reunited with loved ones who will be able to answer those questions. So a lot of care, Wolf, going into making sure that this is as, it's as seamless a process it can be and done in as calm and as sensitive a manner as possible, Wolf.
All right, Clarissa, so I just want to be precise. They're reuniting with their families right away. Is that what you're hearing?
So we're hearing that the people who are brought here, and I should stress that anyone who has a severe medical condition or is in need of serious medical treatment will be taken to another hospital. But those who will be brought here to the Schneider Children's Medical Center, they will be reunited with their families, according to hospital staff here. There are quite a number of journalists in the lobby already. They're awaiting. There's a sort of a press conference that is anticipated to be given at some time. We don't know when that will happen because we don't know yet, Wolf, when that helicopter or when that transport with those now free hostages may arrive here at the center. But it is certainly very much the expectation that at least 6 or so of those hostages will be coming here to the Schneider Medical Center, where so many staff have been working around the clock. They told us they did not sleep last night. They have been working very hard to ensure that every possible preparation has been made for their arrival, Wolf.
And these 13 Israelis who have been released now and are now free, they are women, for the most part, elderly women, and little children, little kids as well. Clarissa, stand by. We're going to get back to you. I want to check in with Nada Bashir, who's joining us from the West Bank right now. Nada, I know you're tracking the Palestinian prisoner released, those 39 Palestinians Israel is now freeing as part of this arrangement. Where do things stand on this front?
Well, if you can see the crowds that have gathered behind me, we're outside the Botinia municipality building just a couple of 100 meters away from that crossing point where we have now seen buses leaving from the Offa prison, presumably with carrying those 39 prisoners who are being released as part of this exchange agreement with Israel, between Israel and Hamas. As we understand it, of course, there are 24 women, 15 children who are set to be released as part of that total 39 in this first phase. They are the first amongst what is expected to be 150 Palestinian prisoners who are set to be released over the next 4 days, so long as that truce is indeed upheld for those 4 days. And of course, that release was very much dependent on the safe evacuation of those hostages held by Hamas inside Gaza. We were waiting, of course, for that confirmation while those prisoners were in the Offa prison, where they also received checks from the Red Cross. But upon that confirmation, we have now seen buses leaving the Offa prison, and we have seen crowds gathering both at the crossing point and here at the municipality building, where we are expecting those buses to arrive, where we are expecting those prisoners to be released. And we have seen many family members now waiting at this municipality building, waiting for their loved ones, for their sons, daughters, brothers and sisters to be released. We've been speaking to many of them today who have told us that while they certainly welcome this development, for them this is not a moment of total celebration, because of course for them this has come at a heavy price. They say that price, of course, the war in Gaza. For many, they say the release of loved ones from prison simply isn't worth the human death toll that we have seen, the civilian death toll rather, that we have seen in the Gaza Strip. So quite a statement from many of these families. But as you can see, the local community here has certainly shown up here in the occupied West Bank. We've seen people travelling from across the West Bank, it has to be said, to meet these prisoners who are set to be released here. And of course, we have seen fireworks now being set off earlier in the day, in the afternoon. In fact, we did see some tensions, some clashes between some of those who had gathered at the crossing point and Israeli forces at the crossing point. Israeli forces throwing tear gas at these crowds, where the crowds had gathered, where many members of the press were at that point in time. And in return, we saw young people, young men throwing stones at Israeli forces. So some minor clashes there. And as we understand it, according to the one person, a 16-year-old boy, was injured after being shot with live fire in the area where we had been reporting from a little earlier in the day. No comment at this point from the Israeli forces on
Where we are now, the municipality building, we aren't seeing those same tensions. So there has been some tear gas in nearby areas, but this is, a welcome moment for this community. And while many have said they are not going to be celebrating as they typically would in previous times before the war when Palestinians were released, many here are, of course, happy to see this development for the Palestinian community. Important to underscore, Wolf, though, while we are expecting that total figure to be about 150 Palestinian prisoners released over the next 4 days, that is a fraction of the number of Palestinians in Israeli custody. It is a fraction, according to the Palestinian Prisoner Society, of the more than 3,000 Palestinians currently held under administrative detention, meaning no charges are laid against them, meaning no ongoing legal process. But of course, it remains to be seen whether or not the terms of that truce are indeed upheld over the next 4 days. Wolf?
All right, Nada, we're going to get back to you. Stand by. I want to check in with Becky Anderson. She's joining us from Doha, Qatar right now. This was an incredibly complicated undertaking, Becky, as all of us know. So many entities involved. As based on everything you're hearing and reporting, has everything gone according to plan, at least so far?
A palpable sense of relief, I think, in speaking to the mediators involved in what they say has been a mostly successful first day of the implementation of this humanitarian pause, specifically speaking to the hostage release, the 13 Israelis released, and indeed, as Nada is reporting now, the release of the Palestinian prisoners. They got a bonus. There had been a separate track, as I now understand it, outside of the negotiated humanitarian pause, which came with an obligation on both sides to release the hostages on the one side and the Palestinian prisoners on the other. The separate track was the release of these foreign nationals. And I think it's fair to say it came as some shock to the mediators here in Qatar that those Thai hostages and one Philippine citizen were actually released at the same time. It's not clear yet whether most of those foreign nationals had been working at the same kibbutz as those who were released on the Israeli side. But certainly, to a certain extent, a bonus that these foreign nationals were also released. Again, a separate track outside of this this deal to implement a humanitarian pause. So certainly those extra 11 people aren't included in the 50 hostages that must be released by Hamas if they are to fulfill their commitments on this deal over the past 4 days. And the mediators here thank their partners in Egypt, in the US, other stakeholders, including the ICRC, who have been so integral to getting these talks across the line. The operations center here, Wolf, in Doha today was full of members of the mediation team and members of the International Committee for the Red Cross, and they were monitoring the process of the release of these hostages literally every step of the way. By phone, they were in contact with the ICRC on the ground, and they were getting sort of a minute-by-minute update on who had been released, when they were handed over, when they were safely into the ICRC's hands, where they were in Gaza, how they got out of the Rafah, out of Gaza into Rafah, and subsequently, as we now know, into the hands of the Israelis, or certainly soon to be in the hands of the Israelis. So it's been tense. It's been an anxious day, I think it's fair to say, for these mediators. But those who've been involved in these incredibly tense, very complicated
continues on as we follow this story here on Live Now from Fox, a very developing situation of course. I want to turn now, though, to ongoing and continuing protests over in New York City. There have been protests around the world in the wake of the battle between Israel and Hamas. We take a live look there again in New York City at a protest that began in the Washington Square Park and has now flooded into the streets. I'll pop up the audio. We'll continue to listen in as we await that briefing from Israeli Defense Forces any moment now. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio and listen in.
Karen, Ohad, and Ruth Munder. Itai, thank you so much for joining us. Has anybody in your family been able to get in direct touch with these family members, at least so far?
Yes. So I'm a cousin, so I'm not the first degree relative. So the first, Karen's partner and Ohad's dad and Ruth's sisters have spoken to them. They're on their way now to hospitals in Israel. So we are very happy today, but still very worried because we have to remember that my uncle, Ruth's husband, and Karen's father is still in Gaza, held in captivity by Hamas, and with him 200 other hostages, and we need all of them back home as well.
Do you have any word yet, Itai, on their spirits, how they're doing, how they're feeling?
No, not that I can say now. I haven't spoken to them. All we got so far is the pictures that you have seen probably as well. They all look very tired, scared, and I really want them to sleep in their beds already tonight and be with the family.
And how's your family dealing with all this? The ordeal must have been awful during these nearly 50 days that these family members were taken hostage.
Yeah, it's been nerve-wracking. It still is, especially the last few days. We didn't know until the last hour if they are in fact going to be released today. We're very happy that they were released. Again, we're waiting for Avram and 200 other hostages. And it's been a nightmare so far. 50 days in a nightmare. You know, they've been abducted from their homes in their pajamas, from their beds. Kids today, 4 kids have been released. There are over 30 more kids that still need to be released as well. We can't wait for everyone. We've all become one big family, all the families of the hostages. We need all of them back. This is just the beginning. It's not even close to being the end.
Yeah, it's such a happy moment right now, but coming on the heels of what you've been going through, our hearts, of course, go out to you. And let me just repeat your family members who are released now, freed now, Karen, Ohad, and Ruth Munder. And I just want to point out Ohad Munder, there's Karen Munder, 54 years old. Ohad Munder is only 9 years old. There's a picture of him, a little boy, and it's so encouraging, at least to see these pictures, and now knowing they are no longer hostages. Itai Raviv, thank you so much for joining us. Please pass along our love to your family, and good luck in these immediate days and weeks ahead. Thanks once again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
All right, there were jubilant cheers as a convoy of International Red Cross trucks headed into Egypt from Gaza. The organization played a truly crucial role in the handover of the hostages. I'll speak to the organization's spokesman about that delicate process. That's coming up next. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage of the first hostage prisoner exchange in the Israel-Hamas war. The hostages are now in Israel after 48 days in captivity. As they were moving from Gaza into Egypt, they were transported by vehicles marked by symbols of the Red Cross. The organization is a neutral party in the conflict and is now playing a key role in these prisoner hostage exchanges. Joining us now is Jason Strazuso, the spokesman for the International Committee of the Red Cross. Jason, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for everything that the Red Cross is doing. I know your organization is tasked with providing medical care for those who are being released by both sides right now. First, what are you hearing from your team that's with the Israeli hostages, now former hostages? Do you know how they're doing?
So first of all, the operation that took place earlier today, it involved 8 of our team members, 4 vehicles. You've seen the images, 24 people released after being held for 7 weeks by Hamas. A carefully planned operation, meeting the Hamas operatives, driving them across the border at the Rafah crossing into the hands of Egyptian and Israeli authorities. Of course, how they are doing, both physically and psychologically, a very important issue for the authorities to look at and examine now. The recovery will be days, weeks, months, difficult for the experience that they've had. Wolf, I'd love to give you some details about their condition, but that's one of the things that we don't talk about, of course.
You don't want to share those kinds of details, which is totally, of course, Jason, understandable. But have they been, can you just tell us, have they been speaking to your representatives from the Red Cross? And if they have been, what are they saying?
Well, there certainly would have been conversation as they were getting in the car, moving into the back of those land cruisers and then working their way across Gaza. I don't have any details from the teammates, the team members who were interacting with the 24 hostages. We had a doctor with them, so he would have given them all a medical check and make sure that they were able, in condition, to move through Gaza in the back of the vehicle. And of course, asked them if that's what they wanted to do. Of course, they all wanted to do that. So those conversations were taking place in terms of offering a humanitarian voice, a voice of support, a new face of safety, let's say, because clearly they were in distress for those 7 weeks, and we were happy to be able to move them to that new point of safety into their arms, into the arms of their family.
That's so encouraging, so important indeed. I spoke to the father, Jason, of a hostage earlier today who's holding out hope that the Red Cross will be allowed to visit his son and check on his welfare. So far, among the 13 Israelis who have been released, they're either, for the most part, elderly women or young little children. Is that going to be the case? Are you going to be allowed by Hamas to go visit the other Israeli hostages who are still being kept?
So when we see communities around the world, and including in Gaza and Israel, and they have their lives upended by conflict, they have to leave their homes, they have to go to a new location and live, maybe with limited food, limited water, probably limited medical care, and all that is a personal disaster at the family level. Really difficult life circumstances. But one of the things that people say to us over and over again is that the most difficult part of these consequences of war is being separated from their family. It's absolute anguish, the depths of despair. People have trouble sleeping. It's all they can think about. They're consumed by the fact that they're no longer with their son or daughter, separated from their spouse. So, of course, we want to be able to visit the remaining hostages. We've been insisting in our conversations with Hamas that we be able to do so that we can allow these hostages to communicate with their family, so that we can do a medical check with them. So now the question was, are we going to be able to visit them? We're insisting that we be allowed. We don't yet have the permissions that we need to be able to do so, and we're going to keep trying to make that happen.
Well, what do they say to you, Jason, when you say, let us go at least check in and see how these other hostages are doing, and saying no, what excuse are they giving?
So from day one, we've had direct conversations with Hamas. The International Committee of the Red Cross has a long-standing operational relationship to tackle humanitarian issues with Hamas. Last week, The president of the International Committee of the Red Cross traveled to Qatar. She met with the political head of Hamas, had this discussion with him directly. One of the modes of operation of the ICRC, and we use this phrase internally, bilateral and confidential. It means that when we meet with governments or we meet with military groups to try to further humanitarian goals, that conversation is private and we don't share the details of it. People know that, the people we meet with that know that, and it gives them the faith and the trust to allow us to have those difficult conversations and make humanitarian progress. I wish I could give you some details, but I'm not able to do so.
I know you're working on trying to get access, and we appreciate that much. We appreciate everything the International Committee of the Red Cross is doing. Jason, thank you so much for joining us. We'll stay in very close touch with you. Good luck. Still to come, fighting is paused for the next 3 days during Hamas's handover of hostages. We're going to speak to the Israeli Defense Forces about what happens next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage of the first release of hostages since the Israel-Hamas truce began. Right now, 13 Israelis, 10 Thai citizens, and 1 Filipino citizen are in Israel following a truly agonizing 48 days in captivity in Gaza. This is the first of at least 50 total hostages who are set to be turned over to Israel in the coming days, part of that 4-day truce between Israel and Hamas. I'm joined now by Major Doron Spielman of the Israel Defense Forces. Major, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, can you give us an overview? Tell us how this transfer unfolded. Do you have any update on the condition of the hostages who were released today?
Thank you for having me, Wolf. This is a monumental day. It will be a monumental day in the history books of the State of Israel to see these beautiful children come home that we've been waiting for, return to their families, these sweet little faces smiling into the camera. This boy, Ohad, who's 9 years old, who was trapped in Gaza in a tunnel with his mother, to be welcomed by their family. The people of Israel are full of mixed emotions right now. We're melting with really love on one hand for our people, and at the same time, we know that there's still over 200 hostages, including many women and children, and men and grandfathers and grandmothers still in Gaza. What we saw them brought over the border. Right now, they're in medical care. As far as we know, the ones that we've met and that we've seen are in good health. They're probably enormously traumatized. And we have to understand, Wolf, that some of these little children, there's a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, there's multiple children, do not know yet that members of their family have been killed. And therefore, there's a process of psychologists, of support networks that are there to reveal to them, yes, you're home, but how do we convey to these sweet children that Hamas killed their families? That is right now what the state of Israel, the people of Israel are facing.
So how quickly, Doron, do you think these hostages who were released today will be reunited with their families and eventually able to return to their homes?
Hopefully within a few hours. Everyone is checking them. Of course, what they've undergone is there are things that you can see on the exterior of the body and health conditions. Let's not also forget the mental trauma. And mental trauma is not something that can be assessed right away. The medical staff in the state of Israel want to make sure that we're helping these people as much as possible. And therefore, in as short a period of time as possible, we're trying to assess this. So when they reunite with their families, they're able to move forward in life after this horrific ordeal that Hamas put them through and put all of us through, and not go reversed. And so this is an incredibly difficult process on a scale that is simply massive. We're dealing with these 13 precious people, and in the coming days, God willing, we'll be able to deal with more and more as part of this framework. And so it's a process. Hopefully, as soon as possible, everybody.
Doron, are you getting any initial reports from these hostages who are now back in Israel on how they were treated during these nearly 50 days in Gaza as hostages?
It's early hours to tell, Wolf. Right now, the way we've been dealing with this is letting them go through the medical process and the psychological process. They will all be debriefed thoroughly, and I'm sure many of those pictures will come clear. Obviously, to be held deep underground inside the earth for 50 days. The thought that Hamas had their hands on these 2-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 9-year-old children is kind of beyond all of us. We know that Hamas killed a number of our hostages. We uncovered their bodies, and that will be forthcoming in the coming days. What we have to remember from our perspective is that this is a pause, Wolf. This is a pause that, because of our military campaign, it pushed Hamas's back to the wall. It led to this release. We are not done with this military operation. We are just beginning until every single one of those sweet children, mothers and fathers in Gaza, are going to be returned home.
Is the pause, as it's now being called, in the fighting inside Gaza, Doron, holding?
It is holding for now. We do have thousands of soldiers that are currently in Gaza. We are refreshing, we're holding forth, we're holding back our fire to enable these hostages to come out. And also, we've been using this time to bring in an enormous amount of humanitarian aid that we're using this for, because up until now, when we brought in humanitarian aid and when we were kind of assisting those convoys of civilians, Hamas was shooting at us, shooting at our own soldiers. Right now, There is calm. We had more than 200 trucks of supplies come in today. We had 4 large gas trucks, 4 trucks full of cooking gas. And so the people, the residents of Gaza that have had south, they're also benefiting from this. And we're just hoping that Hamas, they've broken these treaties in the past, Wolf, as I've spoken to you in past conflicts, they've broken many of them. We're hoping Hamas will, for once, live up to their word. We know that we're going to, assuming they don't overstep this treaty, this pause.
Major Doron Spielman of the IDF, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. We'll continue this conversation down the road for sure. Coming up soon, right here on CNN, President Biden will speak after this first group of hostages has been released by Hamas. Stay with us. CNN's special live coverage continues right after this short break.
We continue our breaking news coverage. 24 hostages now back in Israel after being released from Gaza during the first phase of a 4-day pause in the fighting. And any moment now, President Biden will address the nation about the hostages' release. Of course, we will bring that to you live.
On the other side of this exchange, the Israeli prison service says that 39 Palestinian prisoners have now been released as part of this agreement. They were women and children as well. CNN's Nada Bashir, she's in the West Bank where those prisoners have now arrived. Earlier, Nada, our reporters on the ground said they saw some clashes around the prison prior to the release. What reaction are you seeing now?
We certainly did see some clashes earlier in the day at the Batunia crossing point. We did see Israeli forces firing tear gas at the crowds that had gathered to watch that crossing unfold. Now, of course, we are seeing huge crowds gathering here outside the Batunia municipality centre. Many of them have been waiting for hours for the release of those 39, or at least some of those 39 prisoners to arrive here at the municipality building, where many of the family members have been waiting to meet with their loved ones who have been in prison, many of them for years now at this point. And we have already seen some of those now released prisoners arriving here outside the municipality building, surrounded by crowds of friends, family and other locals who have come to show their support for those now released Palestinian prisoners. We've seen fireworks being set off, we've seen people chanting and cheering and celebrating here, and I think that is interesting to see this celebration unfolding, because earlier in the day, and in fact earlier in the week, we've been speaking to family members of some of those on the list of 150 Palestinian prisoners who could potentially be released over the course of this 4-day truce. And many of those family members told us that while they welcome this decision and while they would be happy to see their loved ones released, this wouldn't be a moment of total happiness because, of course, of the ongoing war, or rather the war in Gaza, that this release of prisoners has come at a heavy price. And you can just see behind me, these crowds are pretty huge, and we are seeing Palestinian flags being waved, but we are also seeing Hamas flags being waved here at the Batunia municipality centre. Now, of course, those 39 prisoners, as I mentioned, are the first amongst what is said to be 150 Palestinian prisoners who are expected to be released if the terms of that truce agreement is upheld over the next 4 days. And of course, this is in exchange for those 50 in total hostages that are held by Hamas inside the Gaza Strip.
Nada Bashir, thank you so much for that update. At any moment, President Biden will address the nation after the release of the first group of hostages. Of course, we're going to bring that to you when it happens live. Stay with CNN. We're back in just moments. So we've learned that no Americans are going to be part of this first group of hostages that were released by Hamas and that entered Israel earlier today. Sources say the White House, though, is closely watching the situation and the transfer in real time.
Yeah, it's notable because, of course, the U.S. has been directly involved in these negotiations for some time. Biden, Bill Burns, the CIA director, traveled out to the region. Arlette Saenz is traveling with the president in Nantucket. And Arlette, I know we're going to hear from the president shortly, but I wonder, was the administration surprised there were no Americans in this initial group? I mean, there's a lot of discussion, for instance, of one of the hostages who happens to be turning 4 years old today, not involved in this initial group. Was there any upset with that? Any surprise that they weren't included at this point?
Well, Jim, the White House had not provided any exact timing for when they believed the 3 Americans would be released by Hamas, but the White House still remains hopeful that that will be the case, that these 2 women and that young girl, 4-year-old Abigail Edan, will be part of this group of 50 and women and children who are being released in the coming days. Now, we just learned President Biden just left the home where he is staying here in Nantucket, Massachusetts, and we expect to be hearing from him shortly about this latest hostage release that played out this morning. White House officials were monitoring the release in real time, and I'm told President Biden was briefed throughout the morning, including by his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. The president yesterday had told reporters he was hoping to be able to provide an update today once that release had gone forward. But all eyes have been not just on this release at large of the 50 women and children, but also whether these Americans will be able to get out. Officials have really been viewing this first day and tomorrow as a real testing period to ensure that all of the plans and mechanisms that they had agreed to are actually carried out. So we expect to hear from President Biden in a short while, an update. He himself had said he was keeping his fingers crossed that 4-year-old Abigail Edan would be part of this hostage release, and the White House is hoping that soon they will be able to reunite these Americans with their families.
Yeah, and on that question of this being sort of a test phase, Arlette, in speaking to one of the key negotiators in the U.S. side of this deal, Brett McGurk, earlier this week, he expressed that the deal, at least the first 48 hours of it, would be kind of a testing ground to see if it could potentially be extended beyond the 4 or 5 day initial truce. Does the White House still maintain that optimism, seeing how today played out?
Well, the White House has said that there is the possibility that this 4-day truce could be extended to potentially secure the release of even more hostages. And then the priority at this time has really been in trying to get the women and children out. And then that is when they will start to focus more intensely on the discussions to release the other hostages. Sources say that they really view elderly men as being the next category that might be easiest to get out. They anticipate that the hardest group to get out would be those men and women serving in the Israeli Defense Forces. But the White House has insisted that they are working around the clock to try to get all of these hostages back home.
Yeah, and again, we are awaiting word from the president set to address the nation in the next few minutes. We'll see what the president might share. Arlette Saenz from Nantucket, thank you so much. Today has obviously been a day that so many have been waiting for. 24 hostages released by Hamas and other groups. Our special coverage continues after a short break. Stay with CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Boris Sanchez alongside Jim Sciutto in Washington, and we have Wolf Blitzer live for us in Tel Aviv, Israel, where we are monitoring remarkable moments in the Middle East. It's freedom after 48 hellish days in the hands of Hamas and other groups in Gaza. Today, the first 24 hostages were taken into Egypt, and you can see them in this footage just moments after their release at the Rafah border crossing. This is just the start of their journey back after they were ripped from their homes on October 7th.
The Israeli Defense Forces shared this video of the moment a bus carrying the hostages entered Israel. Most of the people released today are women and children. We are told they include 13 Israelis, you see their pictures here, as well as 10 Thai citizens and a Filipino citizen who were also taken on October 7th. Over the next 3 days, we do expect to see at least 37 more hostages released. That was the figure we heard, 50 total, Wolf, and as I understand it, that does not include the Thai and Filipino nationals.
Interesting indeed. Our Boris and Jim, we'll get back to you in a moment. I want to pick up our coverage right now with CNN's Matthew Chance. He's live at the Hatzarim Air Base in Israel, southern Israel. Matthew, I understand some of the freed hostages just arrived there. You're getting new information. What are you learning? What's going on there now?
That's right. Within the past few minutes, Wolf, the Israeli military, the IDF, has confirmed to us that 22 civilians that were hostages in Gaza and freed earlier on today have now arrived at this Hatzarim air base in central Israel. There were 24 people who were released, of course, including the 13 Israeli women and children, the 10 Thais, the 1 Filipino. But 2 Israeli civilians have been taken directly to hospital, we're told by the Israeli military. It's not clear why that is, why they haven't come here for the checks and the psychological evaluations that the rest of them are said to be receiving right now. But you know, that's the situation. 22 people here, 2 Israelis have gone directly to hospital. What we're expecting now, and what the Israeli military are telling us is happening now, is that because this is such a traumatic period that these hostages have gone through, they will be undergoing not just medical evaluations, but psychological evaluations as well to make sure people are fine to travel on after spending, 49 days. In some cases, it's believed people were kept underground, away from the light. That has a psychological impact as well as a medical impact as well. And there's also basic necessities like washing, food, water to make sure everybody's feeling fit and well before they're moved on in about between half an hour and 2 hours from now, depending on how long this process takes, onto the helicopters from a landing pad, which is just a short distance behind me here at this airbase, where they'll be taken onto those helicopters and taken to various hospitals in Israel according to their respective medical needs. I mean, look, Wolf, one of the reasons why the Israeli military are saying this is such a sensitive moment is that some of the hostages that have been released today, some of the Israelis at least, are not aware that their loved ones may have been killed. And so that adds to the trauma of them being kept, hostages underground for the past 49 days, to then have to learn that your family members have been killed, or were killed on October the 7th, while they were abducted, is just another layer of trauma that they're having to deal with sort of straight away, and it's obviously going to be a very long and very painful process, Wolf.
It certainly will be. Matthew Chance at the Hatzarim Air Base in Israel for us. We'll get back to you. Thank you for that update. I want to go to our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward. She's joining us now from Petah Tikva, just outside of Tel Aviv. Clarissa, you're at a very important children's hospital there in Petah Tikva. Have any of the hostages released today already arrived there? And what do we know about what happens next for those released today?
So none of the hostages have arrived here yet, Wolf, but there are definitely a lot of preparations in the works for their arrival, which could be, in the next hour, certainly. I want to step outside of this shot for a second so that you can see behind me. That is the hospital's helipad, and we have been seeing a slow but steady increase in activity around there. We see some police cars, we see ambulances, we have seen paramedics, medical personnel personnel, some security officials on their phones. Clearly, it appears that they are getting ready for the arrival of some of those 13 hostages. Now, or I should say now freed hostages. The ones that they had been specifically anticipating the arrival of are children and children who may be with family members. So we talked about Amelia Aloni, for example, and she is with her mother, Danielle. I would say there is a very good chance that they will be brought here, as well as others. The hospital has been working around the clock, Wolf, to make sure that everything is in place. They have created an entire area for these families. It's designed specifically not to look like a hospital, not to feel clinical and intimidating and frightening, but rather they said they were trying to create the feel of a beautiful hotel. They have made it very warm. They've put lots of toys in there. And most importantly, perhaps, as alluding to what Matthew was talking about, they have hand-selected the staff who will be here, who will be working with these families. They have picked the psychiatrists who know how to deal with victims of great trauma. They have got social workers, one social worker assigned to each family, because as Matthew said, and I think it's very important, some of these now freed hostages will not know what has happened to their family members, will not know indeed the full extent of what transpired here on October 7th. And the Israeli Ministry of Welfare put out guidelines for Israeli forces who would be interacting with these hostages, talking about the importance of not answering specific questions such as where's mommy, where's daddy, where's grandma, or whoever it may be, but also saying that it is very important that they should quickly answer the questions and quickly give them answers about the questions. So here at the Schneider Children's Medical Center, everyone bracing themselves. They said they haven't been sleeping. They've been doing everything they can to make sure this is as smooth and seamless as possible in arrival. Wolf.
Interesting. Clarissa, stand by. We're going to get back to you. And I just want to remind our viewers that four of the 13 Israelis who were released today are little kids. Ohad Munder, 9 years old, Amelia Aloni, 5 years old, Raza Sher, 4 years old, and Aviva Sher, 2 years old. So presumably those children will be coming over to the Children's Hospital to be checked out as well. Oren Lieberman is standing by for us. Oren, I understand you're getting some new information as well. You're here in Tel Aviv with us, but tell our viewers exactly where you are and what's going on.
Right now, we're at Wolfson Medical Center in South Tel Aviv. The hospital here is preparing to receive some of the hostages who have been rescued. Their families are already here, as we understand. And we also just got a statement a short time ago from the IDF that says 2 of the hostages have been transferred by ambulance to a hospital. We believe that's here. We're waiting for confirmation of that. Regardless, some of the hostages who came out of Gaza today will be coming to this hospital. A short time ago, we did hear from a doctor who represents the Hostages and Family Forum, and he basically laid out what he expects will play out here and what help the hostages who come here will need. And we just got confirmation that the 2, what I said a moment ago, that 2 of the hostages who were transferred by ambulance were brought here to Wolfson. So we know now that 2 of those Israelis brought out of Gaza were brought here. We don't know which 2 specifically, but we do expect that this is the hospital that will focus more on the elderly hostages who were rescued, as opposed to Clarissa, who you just heard from at Schneider. That will focus on the younger hostages. Getting back to the doctor here who represents the Hostages and Families Forum, he said he has been in touch with some of the hostages, has spoken to them a little bit. One of the most important parts of their recovery, of the process of bringing them out of the captivity they have been in over the course of the past 7 weeks, will be first and most importantly seeing their families. So they'll be checked on at the Hatzerim Air Base for a quick evaluation, but then it'll be here for further medical checks, meeting with their families. That's a critical part of it. He said in speaking to the hostages, some Some of them have effectively stomach issues that will have to be handled, of course, and that's just part of the process here. It will be a long process, he says, but for several of those hostages, it will be a process that begins to play out here at Wolfson Medical Center in South Tel Aviv. And just like they have prepared to handle the children and the youngest of the hostages who were rescued at the hospital where Clarissa is standing, here they're preparing to handle the elderly hostages. We'll be getting updates throughout the night with the hospital, what they're able to tell us, and we will certainly, Wolf, keep you updated on what we learn here at Wolfson Medical Center in South Tel Aviv.
Oren Lieberman reporting for us from Tel Aviv. Oren, thank you very, very much. And I just want to remind our viewers, momentarily, within the next few moments, we're told the President of the United States, President Biden, will be addressing the nation, indeed the world, because we're going to have live coverage of his thoughts on the release of these hostages. You're looking at the podium over there. The President momentarily will be walking over there, making a statement. I don't know if he'll be answering reporters' questions, but we'll check it out. We'll see what he does. I'm anxious to hear what he has to say on this historic and very important day. As we await the president, I wanted to bring in Shai Venkert. His 22-year-old son, Omer, is currently a hostage in Gaza. Shai, thank you so much for joining us. Our hearts go out to you. What are you feeling as you see this first group of Israelis now safely back in Israel, knowing at the same time that your son, Shai, is still in captivity?
Thank you for the opportunity to say. I welcome the release of each hostage, return to the family. But our demand remains as it was. The immediate release of all hostages. We demanded the current deal will be conditioned by ensuring the security and the welfare of the remaining hostage held captive by Hamas, and that they have very least receive a visit of the Red Cross or even medicine, as they saw. They said it, but we don't see it now.
This initial deal, as you know, it includes women, mostly older women, and children. Have you gotten any word at all from the Israeli government about your son's prospects for release, at least in the longer term?
We got information that our son
October 7th, he's made sure to come back to that point,
Right.
saying that the U.S. supports that as a long-term solution. So, some news in there as well. He did say that in the next hour, the administration, whether they make this public is another question, expects to know the makeup of the second group of hostages to be released. And a key question, which of course he addressed, is will there be Americans in that group? Because there are 2 women, and of course this poor little girl, Abigail Edan, who turned 4 today, who have not yet been released, but there's an enormous amount of hope that she is released soon.
Yeah, he said that was his hope. He reiterated the U.S.'s commitment to getting others out who are still being held, noting that there are still Americans that are missing and unaccounted for.
And he said we don't know the conditions of the remaining hostages.
Yeah, an important bit of news there as well. We want to bring in Arlette Saenz, who's there. Arlette, what was your takeaway from the president's speech?
Well, Boris, President Biden said that this hostage release that occurred today is just start of the process, but he believes that the way things have unfolded is that things are going well. Now, the president was hopeful that Americans would soon be out, but he cautioned that they don't know the exact timing for when those 3 Americans, 2 women, and that 4-year-old Abigail Edan will be released from Gaza by Hamas. The president said that he hopes in the next hour that they hope to have an idea of what the next release will look like, who will be included in that release. But the president also talked about the possibility of more than 50 hostages being released in this initial round, and talking about the possibility also that there could be an extension in the pause in fighting that has been seen. But the president also used this as a moment to talk about his conversations with world leaders in the Middle East, offering thanks to the leaders of Qatar as well as Egypt and Israel. And the president made clear that he will stay in contact with these leaders, who we all spoke with on Wednesday, to ensure that this plan remains on track. Officials have been watching the release that was conducted today, really viewing it as a testing period to ensure that all of the plans and mechanisms that they had outlined in this deal would actually fall into place. The president was hopeful that things are proceeding as planned. And he also talked about the need to get additional aid into Gaza, that this would include fuel, food, medical supplies, and that they are trying to ensure that these supplies and aid are not diverted in any way by Hamas, but are making it directly to Palestinian civilians. And the president, as you mentioned, reiterated his views for long-term peace in the region, saying that ultimately this will need to be a 2-state solution for the Israelis and Palestinians, talking about things in the long term. But President Biden once again seeming hopeful today that these hostages will continue to be released in the coming days, and specifically that they will be able to get these Americans out as well.
No question. So good news there. And as he said, it's only a start, but so far it's gone well. Of course, the open question at this point is right now they're talking about women and children. We haven't begun the discussion about military age men and women. Hamas considers them soldiers. Many of them are soldiers, and that, of course, is a much longer process, much more difficult negotiations likely as well. Arlette Saenz traveling with the president in Nantucket. We'll continue to monitor events, not just here in the U.S., the president's reaction to that deal in Israel, but also what we're learning from Israel. Please do stay with us.
Finally returned from Hamas, and another 10 people from Thailand and 1 person from the Philippines. All right, let's go ahead and play out this interview conducted by Janae Francine, breaking down the latest on this conflict.
Hilterman, he's a crisis program director with the Middle East and North Africa. Hello to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
So, Eust, it's been a long time coming. We remember when the attacks happened back on October 7th. Now, fast forward to today, we have several Hamas hostages to be released in exchange for a prisoner swap, some of those Palestinian prisoners. Can you kind of catch us up to this point for those that are unfamiliar with how we got here today?
Well, on October 7th, Hamas broke out of its Gaza prison and committed massacres inside Israel in the communities, Israeli communities ringing the occupied Gaza Strip. They killed many Israelis, about 1,200, and then they took an estimated 240 as hostages. We don't know how many of those are still alive, but hopefully the vast majority. Today, after 7 weeks and after intense negotiations between Israel and Hamas indirectly, mediated by Qatar in particular and Egypt, we've seen the release of 13 Israeli hostages and an additional, it sounds like 12 Thai citizens who were workers in Israel. And in exchange, we are waiting for the release of 39 Palestinian detainees held in Israel, who are also, just like the Israeli hostages, women and children, meaning under 18 years of age.
All right, Yus, thank you so much for that update. And you just mentioned that Palestinian prisoner swap. On the left side of your screen, I don't know if you can see it on your end, but I've actually popped up a live feed out of the West Bank. That is actually where that prisoner swap is supposed to happen. From your educational expertise, are you thinking these are going kind of humanely? We know that the hostage situation, as far as how they were taken, was very inhumane. But as far as the release of these prisoners and the release of these hostages, do you think it's being done in the right way? We do know that those hostages did get medical treatment in Egypt.
Yes, and of course, I don't know what the situation of the Israeli hostages was during their captivity by Hamas. I hope that all of them have come out well. They were briefly treated in Egypt, but they are already in Israel and in the care of the Israeli medical authorities. On the Palestinian side, we're waiting for the release of the Palestinian prisoners. Their medical conditions are also unknown. We have to see what it's like. Of course, Israeli prison is no carnival ride. Conditions are pretty bad for Palestinian detainees, and many are there on charges that have been they've been convicted in Israeli military courts, but most of these confessions are extracted under duress, and most of these trials are not serious trials that we know in the United States and Western countries that have due process.
I don't know if you can speak to this, so if not, it's not a problem. But we know all of this is happening amid that 4-day ceasefire when there was supposed to be no wartime action happening. Nevertheless, Israel saying that there have been some missile strikes from the Hamas side.
Of 24 hostages being held by Hamas and other groups in Gaza,
I don't have,
for Palestinian prisoners
I haven't seen reports yet of Hamas missile strikes. It's possible, of course, but I do know that Israeli ground forces in Gaza have fired at Palestinians who were trying to go from southern Gaza, where they were in temporary shelters, to their original homes in northern Gaza to see if they were still standing. That was not part of the truce arrangement that was made earlier this week. And in fact, Israel had warned Palestinians not to move, but they did so anyway because they want to know whether their properties are still in existence and whether they have homes to go back to eventually. But a number of people were injured when Israeli forces fired humanitarian
aid. And so what happens when one side doesn't adhere to the truce deal?
Needs were coming in on these trucks coming into Gaza.
Well, so far the truce has held, and so there may have been minor violations that remains to be seen. Israel would argue that firing on people trying to move to the north is not a violation because it was not part of the agreement, but firing at civilians is of course a violation of international humanitarian law. In any case, so far the exchanges are moving forward, and this is very encouraging. We have 3 more days to go after today, and then, if all goes well, we could even see an extension and more hostages released from Hamas captivity and more Palestinians released from Israeli captivity.
All right, Yus Hilterman, it's been a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox. As always, you provide great perspective to our viewers. Thank you so much, and you enjoy the rest of your day.
Saudi Arabia, the U.S. was working on trying to get the Saudis like the Emiratis.
Yus Hilterman,
and others in the Arab world to formally establish diplomatic relations, normalize relations with Israel. And one of the things he said that Hamas wanted to prevent from happening was this kind of expansion of Israel's acceptance.
All right, some of the images there
of
those Red Cross trucks that are believed to have been taking those
No, it's notable. I'm glad you pointed that out, Wolf, because certainly when I was there, I'm sure you heard the same thing. There was a lot of
across
speculation
the border from Gaza
that Hamas,
into Egypt,
and by the way, Hamas's backers, Iran,
to a hospital facility for medical treatment before they were then loaded onto buses
Israel and Saudi Arabia,
and then sent to
so
Israel
that the timing
back to
was
safety.
Suspect because, as
this
you
is
know,
live now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, going out to our third commercial break of the hour. When we return, coming back with all your top stories, live events, and breaking news
by President Biden as well.
Just a couple minutes.
And we'll see, I suppose, if those attacks were enough to disrupt it, because I've spoken to diplomats in the region who have said that actually that deal might survive this, that they might find a way forward given time. But to your point, Wolf, notable for the U.S. president to see that as part of the motivation for these attacks.
Yeah, very significant indeed. So I thought the president's statements had several important newsworthy items included. I want to check in with CNN's Nada Bashir right now. She's getting new information as well on the release of Palestinian prisoners into the West Bank, part of this deal as well. Nada, what are you learning right now?
Look, as we know, Wolf, that first 39 batch of prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in Israeli custody, have now been released. That was very much dependent on the safe evacuation and rescue of those hostages as agreed upon under the terms of this truce from Hamas captivity in Gaza. And as soon as that was confirmed and took place, we've begun to see that process unfolding. Here we're at the Batunia Municipality Centre, where we did see a number of those 39 prisoners who have now been released arriving, being reunited with their family members. A little earlier we did see huge crowds, thousands of people gathering here to celebrate that release, although the crowds have dwindled somewhat where we are now. But of course there has been a huge amount of relief and celebration across the occupied West Bank at the news of the release of those 39 prisoners. As we know, this is the first batch of prisoners which are set to be released amongst 150 Palestinian prisoners agreed upon in that truce in exchange for some 50 hostages held inside Gaza by Hamas. It's unclear who else will be released. We got that list of the details of the 39 released today earlier in the morning, but as we know, earlier in the week, Israeli authorities released a list of some 300 prisoners who were under consideration for potential release. Now, of course, this is all very much dependent on the terms of that four-day truce being upheld by both sides. There is certainly an amount of hope here that we could continue to see more Palestinian prisoners being released. As we know, the vast majority in that initial list of 300 were minors, people under the age of 18, including teenage boys, many of them between the ages of 16 and 18, charged with minor offences, some of whom were also under administrative detention. Of course, this is just a small fraction of the more than 3,000 Palestinians, according to the Palestinian Prison Society, who are under administrative detention in Israeli custody, meaning that they haven't had any official charges laid against them, that there isn't a clear ongoing legal process. Now, as I mentioned, the crowds have dwindled somewhat here, though we did see thousands earlier celebrating. But we have heard from some Palestinians here, including family members of those released, who have told us that this isn't a time to celebrate when the country, or when the Palestinian people rather, in Gaza are facing a war.
Nada Bashir reporting for us from Batunia on the West Bank. Nada will stay in very close touch with you. And very significantly, I want to remind our viewers, the president just a few moments ago said what is going on right now, it's only a start, but so far it's gone well. And then he added these words. He said, we will not stop until all the hostages are home. And we're going to have much more of our special live coverage from here in the Middle East. That's coming up right after this.
We're following significant breaking news directly from President Biden as the release of 24 hostages from Gaza has been finalized.
It has been more than 14 hours since a truce began in the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Right now, 24 former hostages are back safely in Israel. You can see them in this video here. Earlier in the evening, boarding a bus, this at the Rafah border crossing in southern Gaza during what has been a highly anticipated return for some of the more than 200 people Hamas has held since October 7th. Those released now include 13 Israeli women and children. In addition to that, 10 Thai nationals and 1 Filipino national.
Here to discuss is Hagar Shamali, a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the United Nations. She's also the former director for Syria and Lebanon on the National Security Council. And also joining us is Seth Jones. He's a director for the International Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Hagar, first to you, I'm wondering what most stood out to you about Biden's speech and his insistence that ending Hamas, eradicating Hamas from Gaza was a legitimate goal.
Well, it doesn't surprise me, actually, that the focus remains on defeating Hamas and its military capabilities and its ability to govern Gaza, and also to focus on making sure that Hamas doesn't continue to pose a threat to Israel, right? This is a war about defeating Hamas as much as it is a war about deterrence and ensuring that Hamas and no other proxy can pose a threat to Israel this way. The thing that struck me, there were two things that struck me, and the first was that just how much the U.S. has been involved in these negotiations and in prioritizing the release of hostages, and he's made it very clear that he's going to continue to do that, and I really applaud the Biden administration's efforts on this, and also the focus about the Saudi-Israel relations. And to be honest with you, I am not surprised that those talks will continue. Hamas has played spoiler in the peace process for the last 3 decades. Yeah. And so that's not surprising, but I was surprised as to the extent to which that was a motivator in Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack, as Biden said.
Seth Jones, also notable, and Wolf pointed this out as well just a few moments ago, that Biden said, in his words, Hamas doesn't give a damn about the Palestinian people in Gaza. That's, of course, something you've heard from Israeli officials as they talk about military action there, that Hamas deliberately embeds itself inside civilian areas, using civilians as human shields. But you've even heard that in some of the public comments from Hamas leaders, saying that, listen, civilian casualties on their own side, they compare it to the number, we've heard a Hamas leader compare it to the number of Germans who died fighting Russia, in the millions. An important thing to be said, is it not, for the U.S. president to not allow folks to paint Hamas as anything more than a terrorist organization that it is?
Well, I think it really is important. It needs to be said, and it was Hamas that started this conflict in the first place with attacks against civilians. I mean, that's what really is striking about this, the way this started. And we see it with the release of hostages now, women and children. They knew that kind of action would be met with a violent response to target Hamas leadership in Gaza. So they were not surprised in any way, shape, or form. So Hamas, in doing this, brought and knew they were bringing a war on in Gaza that was going to affect their population. So I think it does need to be said.
And Hagar, I think part of casting Hamas as an illegitimate arbiter of what happens in Gaza and the West Bank and what happens to Palestinians is part of Biden's call for a two-state solution. The difficult part in sort of going that route is that there isn't exactly a replacement for Hamas that many Palestinians see as legitimate. I think the Palestinian Authority has sort of lost some of its claim to legitimacy in that regard. What does the transition look like then to a separate government, a separate leading organization in Gaza and the West Bank moving forward?
Well, so on one hand, you have the Palestinian Authorities, kind of the only thing you have. It's the only legitimate representation of the Palestinian people. You are right. It is very weak. It is very corrupt. Its leader, Mahmoud Abbas, who's been the president since the 90s, himself is very weak and very corrupt. He raised his hand and said that he would be happy to take charge of Gaza, to which Bibi Netanyahu said that he'd rather some other alternative governing body. And by the way, I think Bibi's on his way out too. And so is there a chance? It's possible. The Palestinian Authority, by the way, way, is really a creation of the United States coming out of the 1993 Oslo Accords. So it is possible they could create something different, but at the end of the day, when you have a situation like this, I don't know that creating something new is really going to be feasible. You might have to go with what is already existing, what is, by the way, the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. They have a representative office in the United States, and so that would be the best chance. But I think your point about Hamas, and Hamas is the one that is seeking to commit genocide. Hamas is the one that sought this on its own people and doesn't care, and has said it very bluntly about how they have to sacrifice their people when they're pursuing their goals. And so I think that's a very important point to make, but hopefully they will be focusing on the day after. It's very important, but I think the Palestinian Authority might be the only chance.
And the clear distinction between the Palestinian Authority and the Hamas. By the way, Palestinian Authority, it cooperates with Israeli forces in the West Bank in terms of counter-terror operations, etc. So, you know, Bibi may not like them, but of course, they have more support among some Palestinians. That said, there are many Palestinians who have questions about the Palestinian Authority as well. Seth, I want to ask you, just in terms of military, what are legitimate military goals in the view of the president? He said eliminating Hamas is a legitimate objective as opposed to a realistic goal, because I've spoken to a lot of former commanders who raise the question, what does that look like? What does eliminating Hamas in Gaza look like, particularly in light of the enormous civilian casualties we've seen so far from Israeli military operations, but also, you know, you could eliminate many, perhaps most or close to all of the fighters, but then the ideology remains.
Yeah, I don't actually think that eliminating Hamas is an achievable military objective, and I do think both U.S. leaders and certainly Israeli ones have to be careful about making military promises that are going to be difficult to keep over the long run. But I do think it is certainly a plausible military objective to capture and as many Hamas military and political leaders, destroy much of their infrastructure, weapons, command and control centers, as is feasible, their tunnel infrastructure in Gaza. So much of that is feasible, but again, there is a resistance ideology, not just from Hamas, but elements of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and other organizations. But I think based on this war, which will and already has impacted civilians, will continue in some form. But again, I think significantly degrading the military infrastructure and individuals involved is achievable.
Yeah, to that point, eradicating terrorism is difficult because it's an ideology, and the U.S. had that experience in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Seth, a moment that, to your point, caught my eye is that when a reporter asked President Biden what advice he had given Benjamin Netanyahu about what happens perhaps after this temporary truce ends, when all the hostages are out, the president seemed to take a long pause and seeming to weigh what he was going to say, and then essentially said that eradicating Hamas is extremely difficult, but it's something that must be done. It seems that there is some daylight between the United States and Israel over how to approach the targets and the intensity by which the IDF is carrying out its mission in Gaza.
Well, I do think the U.S. has been a lot more cautious in the targeting of in and around civilian infrastructure like hospitals. The U.S. had been pushing significantly for this type of ceasefire so that humanitarian assistance could go into Gaza, so that hostages could be released. So that has been the optics of this war are and have been important for the U.S. Now the real difficulty as we move into the next phase of the war is as the Israelis move south, it is a much more difficult environment, even more than the north, because civilians are going to be blended in with Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other fighters in the south. So even more of an opportunity, I think, for civilian casualties. I think this is where U.S. Push is going to be important here to think about civilians.
Yeah, no, quite well. They tried, right? I mean, there's a Marine general who had overseen U.S. military operations in Iraq who gave advice, and when he left, he even said, well, there are things they listened to, things they didn't listen to in terms of the Israeli military command. Hugar Chamali, Seth Jones, thanks so much to both of you. CNN Special live coverage continues right after a short break.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Thank you so much for joining us. It is the top of the hour, and we are tracking the remarkable minute-by-minute developments in the Middle East. I'm Boris Sanchez with Jim Sciutto in Washington, and we're joined by Wolf Blitzer, who's live for us in Tel Aviv. Today, for 24 hostages held by Hamas and other groups since early October, the nightmare is finally over. 13 Israeli women and children, ranging in age from 85 to just 2 years old, as well as 11 other foreign nationals, were freed and now safely are in Israel.
Just in the last hour, President Biden addressed those releases. He said the chances of the 4-day Israel-Hamas truce being extended are, quote, real. He added that details about tomorrow's group of hostages, the next group to be released, should be arriving soon. He even said, Wolf, within the hour. He did note as well, though, Wolf, that the U.S. is not aware at this point of the condition, the health condition of the remaining hostages.
And he also pointed out that he hopes this works out, and he says so far it's working out well, but there's still a lot more work to do. The two sides are now about 15 hours into this planned 96-hour pause in the hostility. The sky's silent today for the first time, actually, since October 7th. We have regional coverage of all of these critical moments. CNN's Oren Lieberman is outside the hospital in Tel Aviv, where 2 hostages are now being treated. Oren, tell our viewers what you're learning.
So we are here at Wolfson Medical Center in South Tel Aviv, where 2 hospitals have arrived by ambulance. We learned from the Israeli military that other hostages who'd been released would be transported by helicopter, but these 2 brought here immediately. We are expecting at least 3 more hostages who have been released to come here for treatment. A doctor who represents the families here says the families are already here waiting to embrace their loved ones after nearly 50 days of waiting. He also says he's had a chance to speak to some of them on the phone, and one of the issues he's learned is they're having some stomach issues, so he tried to get a bit of a diagnosis as quickly as he could of some issues they might be facing. He says it will be a long recovery, but the first critical step here is that they are brought into the arms of their loved ones. The welcome reception here, not only of course from the families, but also from the medical staff that will be treating them. I do want to show you some video from earlier this evening when we were in Hostages Square outside the Defense Ministry. There, they had over the course of the past 50 days, they had essentially a broadcast or an illumination of the pictures of so many of the hostages, and it said in Hebrew at the top there, "Tachziru oti habayta achshav," bring me home now. And for the first time today, they were able to put up new pictures of the 13 hostages who had been released. The headline now reading, "Chazarti habayta," I have returned home. And of course, mixed emotions there, bittersweet for those who are still waiting for their loved ones to come home, but still very welcoming of the first news of the release of the first 13 hostages under this agreement, and the eager anticipation and the expectation, the hope that more will come home. So Wolf, as we come back out here to Wolfson Medical Center, we'll keep you updated. We are hoping to hear from the doctors after they've had time to evaluate the patients that are here, what condition they're in. That, of course, was a huge question mark over the course of the past 50 days, and learn as much as we can about how they're doing, what the reception was like. We'll certainly keep you posted from here in South Tel Aviv at Wolfson Medical Center.
Oren Lieberman, we'll get back to you, of course, with all those updates. We're standing by. We're anxious to hear how these hostages are doing. Thank you very much. I want to go to CNN's Clarissa Ward right now. She's outside the Schneider Children's Medical Center in Petah Tikva, Israel, that's just outside of Tel Aviv. Tell our viewers, Clarissa, what you're seeing where you are.
Well, we're definitely seeing a lot more activity, Wolf, and actually I want to step outside of the shot a second so that our cameraman Scotty McWhinney can zoom in there onto the helipad that you see behind me. There had been quite a few ambulances parked up and some paramedics. We saw, though, a definite uptick in activity, large group of paramedics who were huddling, it seemed like, potentially just sort of going through the plan one more time. We are now expecting, could be, frankly, any minute now, we just don't know, but the arrival of some of those 13 hostages. This is a children's hospital. They are expecting to receive at least some of those children who range in age as a 2, 4, 5-year-old, and 9-year-old. They're also going to be bringing their mothers, those who have been released with their mothers, here as well, so that the families do not have to be separated at any point in time. And they have gone to great lengths, Wolf, really, to try to create an environment here that is as warm, as intimidating, and not imposing. They said they've tried very hard to make it not look like a hospital, to give it the feel of a beautiful hotel. They've taken a lot of care and filled the place with toys. And they have crucially handpicked the staff who will be working with these different families, picking the best psychologists, the best social care workers. Each family will have a social worker assigned to them because they are keenly aware and understanding of the fact that these children have been through a tremendous trauma, that they are likely very different to the children that they were once on October 6th, that some of them will be getting some very bad news. We also heard from a spokesperson from the Nir Oz kibbutz, where all of the 13 had been residents of, as well as some of those Thai workers who were released. And they said that all of these 13 have lost family members or loved ones in the October 7th attacks. And obviously many of them may not yet be aware of that. So a tremendous amount of effort has gone into the planning of this so that it can be done in the most thoughtful and sensitive way possible. But we're definitely noticing more increased activity, Wolf. And obviously, the second we hear any sound of helicopters, we will let you know, Wolf.
We, of course, will get back to you, Clarissa. Thank you very much, Clarissa Wards, over at the Children's Hospital in Petah Tikva, Israel, right outside of Tel Aviv. Despite the hostage release today, there are still more than 200 who remain in Hamas's hands, according to the IDF, 48 days after they were ripped from their homes. I'm joined now by Yael Nidam Kirsch. Hamas militants kidnapped her sister.
See their loved ones. I think this is an amazing testament to the power of the international community to bring about this achievement of bringing the hostages home. And when I see each and every person going out of the hell that they've been through in the past almost 2 months and being hugged by their family, that's exactly what I see myself doing, hopefully very soon. I know that my family are not going to be released, not today, not tomorrow, and probably not in this deal, but I will not stop fighting for them. And I'm sure that if the international community will continue the pressure on Hamas, we will bring them home too.
You know, Yael, Ramon, your sister-in-law, was seen in that Hamas-released video nearly a month ago. Some of us remember that video. One of the women in that video with her was released today, Danielle Aloni. What do you feel right now knowing that someone who was with your sister-in-law is now home?
I'm feeling hopeful. I'm hopeful, and you know, Danielle is probably experiencing a lot of trauma right now, but when she's ready to talk, our family would like to hear from her on the status of my sister-in-law, Ramon. And of course, we are sensitive to everything that she's going through, and we will wait for her to tell us when she's ready. But, you know, as with every family, we think about our loved ones.
I was going to say, we are all so happy that she has been freed. But go ahead, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, thank you. Yeah, I'm saying that every family, we just think about our loved ones. We think about them all the time. She's always in our thoughts. Yesterday, we had a Thanksgiving dinner, and I had 2 empty seats in my table with a picture of Ramon and her husband, because they're with me all the time. And I can't wait to the minute when I can hug them and celebrate the holidays with them. And so all I can say is that I'm grateful for this release, and I'm grateful for the American people who are standing by the hostages and helping to bring them home.
Have you been given any updates at all on Ramon's condition since Hamas released that video? What, it's almost a month ago. Have you received any update at all?
Well, Hamas does not provide the Red Cross with access to the hostages. So, like all of the other families, I'm completely in the dark. We don't know anything about their conditions, about how they're doing. The only thing that we do know is what's happening to the people who have been released. So, when Judith and Natalie from Chicago were released, they were wearing the same clothes that they were kidnapped in 2 weeks later. When Yocheved Lifshitz was released 2.5 weeks after she was captured, we found out that an 85-year-old grandmother has lost 40 pounds. And when the Hamas released the video of my sister-in-law, Rimon, we saw that she was not wearing glasses. So for all I know, for the past 50 days, she was not able to see. Her eyesight is very poor. So she's there in the dungeon, not able to see, probably very scared. So I just have to continue hoping and to fight until she's back home with me, she and her husband.
And let's hope that that is soon. Yael Nidam Kirsch, thank you so much for sharing some thoughts with us. We really appreciate it, and our hearts go out to you and your family. Thank you once again. The Red Cross's role in today's events cannot be understated. I'm joined now by Fabrizio Carboni. He's the International Committee of the Red Cross's Regional Director for the Near and Middle East. Fabrizio, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for all the important work that the Red Cross does, as we all know. Tell us how this incredible moment unfolded. How did the Red Cross, for example, coordinate this handoff with Hamas operatives?
Look, we have to coordinate with many actors to allow the hostages to go back home, and it's something which takes days to prepare. Sometimes it looks like it's just driving people from one place to another, but it's about agreeing on when, how, what, and all this needs to be coordinated with different movement also outside Gaza. As you know, there were also Palestinian detainees who were released and brought back to their families. So it's extremely complex, it's sensitive, and there is also a big sense of responsibility. My colleagues in Gaza know that they can't fail. They know that everything needs to work perfectly, because at the end, you have children, you have women, you have hostages, and you have family who are living something which is even hard, I think, to describe. And so it's a lot of tension. It's a relief when it happens. And at the same time, it's a bittersweet feeling. And I think Yael, just before me, illustrate this. We release some hostages, and we can't help thinking about the ones who are not released.
Yeah, well said. I know, Fabrizio, you can't get into specifics, and we understand that, of course, but walk us through what happens when Red Cross team members take these freed hostages into your care. Is there any update you can provide on their condition?
Look, no, I can just tell you that it's highly emotional. It's this kind of moment where you receive people, children, women who've been through, we can talk about it, but you can't feel it. And suddenly you have my colleagues who are in contact with them and try to show all the empathy and possible humanity. And so, yes, you're a bit stressed also, because we shouldn't forget that even if there is this pause, it's still a conflict area. So there is this extreme pressure to leave the area and go as soon as possible towards the border. And at the same time, obviously, my colleagues communicate with authorities in Israel, coordinate with the authority on the border in Rafah in Egypt. We're obviously also in contact with our colleagues of the NDA in Israel, our colleagues of the Egyptian Red Crescent, the Palestinian Red Crescent. We all try to make sure that it happens in the best possible conditions.
One final question, Fabrizio, before I let you go. Is there any chance Hamas might change its position and allow representatives of the International Red Cross to actually visit the hostages that remain in Gaza right now to get an update on their conditions and potentially help them with some medical requirements they might need?
Look, they have to. They have to. You know, they have to let us visit. And I know it's complicated because it's a battlefield and it's not easy to visit hostages in a battlefield. It usually never happens. It's always outside the battlefield. And two, they need to give the families sign of lives. They have to. And as ICIC, we've said it repeatedly since day one of this tragedy, that they have to do it. We said it publicly, we said it privately, we said to all actors who have a leverage on Hamas, and we will keep on doing it. Now, if it was only in our hands, it would be solved days ago. And if it was only in our hands, everybody would be released.
Fabrizio Carboni, thank you so much for what you're doing, what the Red Cross is doing. I've spoken to so many family members of these hostages who are just so hopeful that the Red Cross will eventually get permission from Hamas to visit with these Israeli hostages who remain in Gaza right now, so they at least can get an update on how their loved ones are doing. Thanks once again for joining us. We'll continue this conversation down the road.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you. I want to go to Matthew Chance right now. He's over at the Hatzerim Air Base in southern Israel. Matthew, I understand you're getting some news. What more are you seeing there?
Yeah, within the past few minutes, Wolf, there have been a couple of helicopters that have taken off, ferrying Israeli hostages away from this Hatzerim Air Base in central Israel to various hospitals in the country where they'll be getting medical treatment, where they'll be meeting their families and things like that, depending on their particular needs. We're told by the Israeli military here that there will be 4 helicopters taking off to ferry the Israeli hostages as well as the foreign nationals as well. Remember, there are a number of Thais and a Filipino worker as well who have been released as part of this first group of hostages under the hostage deal to be released. As I say, 2 of the helicopters have departed. We're waiting for the other 2 to take off and make their way sort of above us right now, where we're all standing. There's a lot of people here to monitor the next step in this long, complicated logistical journey out of Gaza and towards their place where they're going to be having medical treatment, psychological counselling, and of course finally meeting with families. It's a very, as we've been reporting, a very sensitive time, of course, because not just are the medical situations that have to be addressed, but also the psychological trauma that these individuals are likely to have encountered. And so that's why they've been at this Hatzerim Air Base here in central Israel, getting sort of initial counselling as well as medical examinations, changing their clothes, having some food, some of them having showers as well. Obviously, these people have been kept in probably very dire conditions over the course of the past 49 days when they've been held by Hamas. And so, they're being put into a state where they can sort of be moved back to Tel Aviv, to other hospitals, and finally meet up with their loved ones. Wolf.
Matthew Chance at the Hatzerim Air Base for us. Matthew, we'll get back to you, of course, as the news develops. So we're going to take a quick break right now. Our special live coverage of the first hostages released by Hamas continues right after a quick break. Welcome back to CNN special live coverage of the fast-moving, very historic developments in the Middle East. The first hostage prisoner exchange in the Israel-Hamas war. The first group of 24 hostages are now back in Israel after being held captive for nearly 7 weeks, almost 50 days. Moments ago, an IDF spokesman said the coming days of implementing the hostage release deal, the next phases of it, will be, quote, complicated. I'm joined now by retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Mark Kimmitt. He's a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs under President George W. Bush. General, thank you so much for joining us. How does this 4-day pause that's beginning right now in the fighting impact the military operations of the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces?
Well, I'd say that the IDF in general is probably pretty happy about this prisoner exchange. But I also think they're a little bit worried about this pause. When you're on the offensive, as the IDF has been, and you give the enemy a chance to rest for a little bit, it's going to just be harder for them to continue that attack. It's the problem of the R's. The enemy is going to refit, rearm, rest, recuperate, replan. So they know that they're going to find in front of them a much tougher enemy than it was 4 days prior.
So bottom line, do you believe Hamas will be able to use this temporary pause, this truce, whatever you want to call it, to regroup, rearm, and reset?
Well, I really do. I mean, they've watched these.
of this temporary ceasefire?
Well, I'll tell you that I'm not on the ground, but I do get rocket alerts on my cell phone because up until just a handful of days ago, I was in Tel Aviv, and sometimes, depending on where you are, you don't hear those air sirens that you're supposed to hear to indicate to you to get to safety. So I do have that on my phone.
Goes as smoothly
I
as
wouldn't
possible.
say that
Those
there were
barriers
rocket
being put up before they were loaded into that vehicle and it departed the helipad. Clarissa, please keep us posted on when you see the next helicopter that you mentioned approaching. I believe we still have Jason Rezaian with us, who has a unique perspective. And Jason, as you're watching these historic images from the Schneider Children's Hospital, I'm wondering what's going through your mind, specifically when it comes to the challenges that these very young kids are going to face moving forward, some of them potentially orphaned.
Boris, you know, the freed hostage is a symbol of hope and resilience and survival for communities of people that have been waiting for them to be freed. But the experience of those people who are just coming out, especially the children, it's incredibly jarring. They're in for such a difficult road ahead, and my heart just really goes out to them, as it does to anybody being held hostage or who has recently returned from being a hostage. I just can't fathom what it would be like to be a child thrust into that situation and then have to come back to the realities that are happening in Israel and in this war. So I think, you know, spare a thought for these kids as they start this long journey towards recovery and healing, because it's not going to be easy for them.
Yeah, and obviously it's not just the children, it's the other hostages and their families as well that have been impacted by this. I'm wondering, what do you think they'll need most? What would be the most useful resource that can be offered to them?
Care. They'll need the opportunity to be with their families, with loved ones, with doctors. But more than anything, they'll need a little bit of privacy and space. And, you know, no one can measure, except the person themselves, how long that time needs to last. And unfortunately, situations like this don't provide that kind of privacy and space for people. There's such a great demand for their time, and people just want to see them. And even just the action of wanting to hug someone who's come back from being a hostage can be quite an interference on that person's space. So, you know, I hope that they have the opportunity to be away from the spotlight as much as possible and get the help that they need.
Jason, I'm also curious about something that President Biden alluded to. We don't know exactly when we'll see 3 Americans that have been confirmed held hostage by Hamas and other groups in Gaza. We're not sure exactly when we're going to see them released, but President Biden reassured the country in his speech earlier today that his administration would do everything they can to also seek answers for those Americans that remain unaccounted for, which the administration doesn't have clarity on their status. There was a time when you were incarcerated that I imagine your family was uncertain about your future, and I'm curious as to what you can share about what message you might send to those loved ones who don't exactly know when they're going to see their family members again, or if they might be reunited someday.
That they have to hang on to hope, that we live in one of the countries in the world that puts great value on the lives and freedom of our citizens, especially those who are being wrongfully detained and abused by powers around the world. One can argue the merits of various deals that the Biden administration has done to release hostages and wrongful detainees around the world. What you can't argue is that they have had successes. They've had incredible successes. Dozens of Americans who've been wrongfully detained in countries around the world have come home during this presidency. And it's a continuation of a commitment by administrations, Republican and Democrat, that, you know, hostage issues are not partisan. They're an American issue. We don't stand for our people being held around the world. So I would put our faith in this administration and its ability to effectively bring people home, and I hope that that's the case as soon as possible for those Americans who are still unaccounted for.
Jason, we're so grateful to have your experience and your optimism as we're watching this unfold. Jason Rezaian, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Boris.
We're going to take a quick break, but we do want you to stay with CNN as we watch history unfolding in Israel. Freed hostages arriving at the Schneider Children's Hospital. We're keeping an eye on another potential helicopter landing there in just moments. Stay with CNN as we bring you the very latest.
13 Israelis are among the 24 hostages released so far today in Gaza. Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Elisa Slotkin, who sits on the Homeland Security and Armed Services Committee, also long experience in the Mideast, joins us now. Good to have you on, Congresswoman. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
U.S. was central to these negotiations. The president said that these releases were the result of U.S. diplomacy. I wonder, why do you think no Americans were included in this first group of hostages released?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. I know that, the White House has been neck deep in negotiating this. It used, frankly, the convening power that only the United States really has. I have to assume that there are going to be Americans in the next tranche. We hope so. We're thrilled for those who got out, the young and the old especially. But I have to imagine the Americans are coming soon.
The president, in his comments a short time ago, said that Israel's goal of eliminating Hamas, which it has stated is the goal of the operations in Gaza, is a legitimate goal. Is that an achievable goal, in your view?
You know, it's hard. I'm a former CIA officer. I did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military in places like Ramadi. And I think it's very difficult to just try and bomb your way out of an ideology. And I think one of the things that is going to be really important, and this pause can help us think through a little bit, is how do you legitimately go after the perpetrators of this attack? That is a legitimate target, to go after the people who organized this attack, but then have some bigger strategic plan for Gaza. I don't think it's possible to just get rid of an ideology through military action. We learned that the hard way in our wars.
2 long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, for sure. These are live pictures of a second helicopter believed to be carrying some of the hostages freed as they arrive for both medical treatment, evaluation, but also to be reunited with their families. Another thing the president took care to mention in his comments, Congresswoman, was that the U.S. still supports a 2-state solution. It's something the president said repeatedly since October 7th. Is that still an achievable goal as well, given how far apart the sides are today?
Yes, and I think that that's been a longstanding American goal, and it should still remain an American goal. I think that most of us who are Middle East specialists by training grew up on that, and you have to give Palestinians a path forward, and that state of their own is that path. So it may be difficult, and certainly settlements have not helped in places like the West Bank, but yes, that should and must remain a goal for the United States, for our strategic interests, for sure.
Yeah. Settlements have particularly grown under Bibi Netanyahu. I wonder, is Bibi Netanyahu, the prime minister, still a reliable partner of the U.S., and is he the leader Israel needs now, in your view?
Well, look, I mean, before this attack last summer, 1/5 of the Israeli population was out protesting Bibi Netanyahu. I think there was a lot of controversy around him, and a lot of us, don't always see eye to eye with him. The Israelis have to make a decision for themselves. Obviously, they had a huge intelligence and military failure in the October 7th attack. He will have to be held accountable for that. But we want partners who are able to see that vision beyond just the trauma that they're living through right now. So that, to me, is a question for the Israelis in short order.
No question. So much trauma. These are live pictures of some folks relieved from that trauma. Some of those hostages released by Hamas as part of this deal. Congresswoman Elisa Slotkin, we do appreciate your time joining us this afternoon. Our coverage of today's hostage release continues.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Pamela Brown in for Jake Tapper, and we are following the major breaking news today. After more than 49 days in captivity, the first group of hostages held by Hamas are now back in Israel. And moments ago, we just saw some of those hostages met by cheers as they arrived by helicopter at a children's hospital near Tel Aviv. And we don't know how many people will be brought there, but sources say the mothers and their kids who were freed today will not be separated. A total of 24 hostages were taken out of Gaza earlier today in these vans right here by the Red Cross, where they then got their initial medical checks. Now, the rest will all be taken to hospitals across Israel based on their current medical needs, given most were believed to be kept underground for nearly 7 weeks. The released hostages include 13 Israelis, 10 Thai citizens, and 1 citizen of the Philippines. Israel identified its citizens as Yafa Adar, Hannah Peri, Ruth Munder, her daughter Karen, and her grandson Ohad. Margaret Moses, Hannah Katsier, Adina Moshe, Danielle Aloni and her daughter Amelia, Doran Katzesher and her children Roz and Aviv. No Americans were included in today's hostage release. President Biden says he is still hopeful. At least a few will be freed in the coming days, but he has no guarantees.
We don't know when that will occur, but we expect it to occur. And we don't know what the list of all the hostages are and when they'll be released, but we know the numbers they're going to be released. So it's my hope and expectation will be soon.
And of the 10 Americans that are unaccounted for, do you know all of their conditions? Are they all alive?
We don't know all the conditions.
CNN's Clarissa Ward is right outside Schneider's Children's Hospital near Tel Aviv, where we have seen those helicopters landing. Clarissa, what is happening on the ground right now?
So the second helicopter, Pamela, has just landed here on the helipad behind the Schneider Children's Medical Center. Now, the first helicopter, when it landed, we saw them construct a kind of screen of, and we're seeing that again. They're putting that up. That, of course, is to protect the privacy of the people who are on board. Those hostages, now freed hostages. You can see in the background some well-wishers have been waiting for some time to be able to welcome them, hanging Israeli flags. We've heard them clapping and cheering. And now it's actually remarkably quiet with the sound of the blades of the helicopter now turned off, and that moment as those hostages who have been through such an extraordinary ordeal, Pamela, for more than 7 weeks are now finally arriving home. And here at the Schneider Medical Center for Children, a huge amount of care and effort has gone into doing everything possible to be as sensitive and as thoughtful to the sort of incredible challenges of this moment. The vast majority of hostages released today, Pamela, are residents of the Nir Oz kibbutz, where roughly a quarter of the residents, 400 residents, have either been killed or kidnapped, according to the spokesman for Nir Oz. All of these hostages have lost family members in the October 7th attacks. Many of them may not know about that. The IDF was given strict instructions on how to engage with these hostages, how to deal with questions that they might be receiving from the hostages, how to sort of not answer them, but also provide reassurance. And now that they're arriving here at this children's hospital, this is the first place that they will finally be reunited with some of their family members, which of course is a wonderful thing, but also the place where psychologists and psychiatrists and doctors and social workers have been assembled and picked to potentially break the heartbreaking news to them about what may have happened to some of their family members, and certainly, of course, what happened to their community and communities like theirs across the country. So it's a real mixture in terms of the emotion of the moment. It's a homecoming, and you hear the cheering, but there's also a somberness to it, and there's a sadness to it, because there's an understanding as they get onto this bus and are prepared to be moved inside the hospital, that they are very different children and very different people from who they were on October 6th. And that is something that this country will just be starting to get its arms around, Pamela.
Oh, absolutely. And some of these kids, you know, you mentioned they all lost family members. Some of them lost a parent, right? And they may not know that yet. And you know, you have these doctors, medical professionals there waiting for them at the hospital to take them in, but it's a long road ahead, not just physically for them, but also psychologically after all they've been through. What more can you tell us about how they've been preparing to take in these young patients?
So one thing that I found interesting is that the hospital staff told us they went to great lengths to make sure that the area of the hospital that they will be hosted in doesn't look like a hospital. They don't want it to look clinical or intimidating or cold. They wanted it to feel warm. The words they use were they wanted to create the feeling of a beautiful hotel. They've put in lots of toys in the rooms. This is where they'll be reunited with some of their friends and family and loved ones. And this is where also they have handpicked the very best and most appropriate of their staff, of their doctors, of their psychiatrists, to begin the work, the complicated work of trying to break tough news to them, but also of trying to assess the level of trauma that they have undergone. And it's important to underscore that the freed hostages who have been brought here are not believed to be seriously injured. Those have been taken, at least two, we believe, to other hospitals. Those who have been brought here are children and their mothers. We don't know exactly their names, although obviously there are three families in particular who are the most likely candidates to have been brought there. They did put those screens up for privacy. And you can't see on camera, but there's a number of onlookers around. Some of them are children, some of them are families. We actually spoke to one nurse. She's an ER nurse, not from this hospital, but from another hospital nearby, and she knew that you could see the helipad from this vantage point. Her name's Elena. She didn't want to give her last name, and she was actually working in the ER on October 7th, and she said she wanted to come here to witness this moment. She called it, quote, a drop of joy in a sea of sadness. And she said that while it's unlikely to change the course of events, and while there is much more sadness to come, and probably sadly much more bloodshed to come, she wanted to be here to witness this moment and to hold on to that drop of joy. And I think, Pamela, that's something that all of us, whether we are watching this, covering this, involved in this, can all relate to, is just that sense of one moment after so much horror of joy, with, hostages finally being returned home, although to a very different future.
To a very different future, but as you point out, they are doing everything they can to make it a warm welcoming, having family there, making sure the rooms are not clinical, having toys there for those young children who have already missed out on so many weeks of their childhood and the joys of childhood, trying to bring that back to them. Do you expect any other hostages to be brought to this children's hospital?
At this stage, it's unclear. We know that 4 helicopters took off from Hatzarim Air Base. 2 helicopters have landed here. So it is possible that 2 more will be coming here. I will say that just observing how it worked with the first 2 helicopters, there's not enough room on the helipad for more than 1 helicopter at any given time. So if there are going to be more helicopters, what we will likely see is that this second helicopter will take off again, and then potentially a third would come in, or even a fourth. But it is also entirely possible, Pamela, that that third and fourth helicopter were going to Wolfson or another hospital, Pamela.
Clarissa Ward, thank you so much. We're going to return back to you for an update soon. But first, we want to turn now to Major Daron Spielman, a spokesman for the IDF. You just heard the conversation there with Clarissa Ward at that children's hospital. What can you tell us about the hostages that have been freed and their conditions, how they're doing?
Thank you for having me, Pam. As Clarissa said, I think we can delve a little bit more in depth. They have gone through an initial medical check, and we have seen that there is nothing life-threatening. However, the process, mostly the psychological process of what these children have been through and what these adults have been through, is going to take time to unfold. And we have to multiply that by what is going to be happening to them in the next few minutes. These are the minutes where they're going to be meeting with their families, with all of that joy, with the hugs and tears. And then those children and those adults are going to look around and say, wait, what about my sister? What about my father? What about grandma? Why are they not here? And that news is going to be delivered to them that In fact, every one of these hostages that are being returned, every one of them has family that has already either been murdered or has been abducted. And the process here is going to be a long process. They're in the hospital with their families, and it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. The most important thing is to try to nurture them and keep them protected so that they can really see hope in future. Remember, these hostages have no idea what the rest of the world knows. They don't understand the extent of October 7th. And that is now going to be known to them in the next few minutes.
So tell us more about how that is being handled, telling them what happened on October 7th, the extent of it, and telling them, these young children, you know, that they've lost their family members, in some cases their parents. How is that being handled?
Well, the families have been coached with the medical personnel that are there. We have the top experts in Israel that have all volunteered and have been standing ready to deal with this, one of the most difficult national situations we've ever been in. As the President of the United States, when he mentioned the teddy bear, he wasn't being facetious. We've put out toys for them each step along the way. The first meeting at the initial point at Hatzerim Air Force Base, there were teddy bears, there was, you know, candy, there were things to kind of welcome them in. Now they're being flown by helicopter, which is a ride. It's somewhat exhilarating for them. And so they get to land. Hopefully this will cheer them up. And then when they enter into that area, it's going to be a slowly unfolding process. And how does a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 9-year-old come to grips with this? I think you said it yourself, and I think you said it very well. They will not be the same ever going forward that they were before. But what they will see when they leave that hospital is an entire nation who feels like these are our children. We've been waiting for them, and they'll see an entire nation who's been serving the army. So many of the moms and dads of their friends are gone in the army now because we realize that we have to protect our family.
Of course, this is the first round, right? There are other children and women that are being held still. What can you tell us about other hostages that are being held? Do you know if Americans will be in the next batch? Of course, there's a lot of interest here about the 3-year-old little girl, little Abigail. If she, actually 4, she just turned 4 today. That's right, today was her birthday. If she will be released next, and do you know if the 10 Americans are even still alive?
There's a lot that unfortunately we don't know. As the president said regarding Abigail, we hope, God willing, we hope she's alive, with the other 230, 220 hostages that are still being held in Gaza. There's a lot of misinformation. One of the women that came home today, Hannah Katsir, there was a fake news report that was very carefully calculated by Islamic Jihad and other terror groups around 4 days ago that said that she had been killed. That went on out on all the Israeli news, including a lot of the international news. And she actually came home today alive. So her family's already been living through the drama where she was killed, so to speak, and now she's home. And we're aware that Hamas will play this deception to the very end. I think that we're not going to know about those Americans until they arrive. And the same thing with the Israelis. We saw that Noah Marzian was found dead in this hospital in Shifa, and we saw pictures of her alive not long before that. One thing we can be sure of, Hamas cannot be trusted. And the only thing we can do is that we have a commitment that when this phase is done, and please God, all these hostages will come home, we'll continue the military campaign so that they feel pressure, because as President Biden said, that is the only thing that they respond to. And we have to hope and pray for the best. Have to hope and pray that Hamas will behave like human beings and not shed their humanity like they did on October 7th.
Major Spillman of the IDF, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pam.
Well, as the hostages that were released today are taken to hospitals to be examined, dozens more families await anxiously for word on whether their loved ones will be the next ones released. We'll talk with a relative of one of those families up next. Back with our breaking news, an initial group of hostages held by Hamas has been released. That includes 13 Israelis, 10 Thai citizens, and 1 Filipino citizen. All are now in Israel, where they are going through medical evaluations before reunited with their families. I'm joined now by Omer Levitan-Granot. He leads the Hostage and Missing Families Forum in New York and is also the cousin of 4 hostages. First off, Omer, how are you feeling today as you see this initial group of hostages return to Israel?
I think that today, after 6 weeks that was so hard and so long, we finally got a glimpse of hope and happiness, and we are really, really, really happy for the families and the hostages that are now back home. I'm excited just to say it, and waiting to see what comes next. If the deal would continue and will be completed the next few days, and we're waiting to our loved ones as well.
Your family members, who we are seeing here, we're going to show, they were not part of this initial group of hostages. Has your family gotten any update from officials?
They weren't part of the first group. We still don't know and can't say much about the next few days. But we're eagerly waiting and hope to see them come, as well as all the others.
And what are you hearing from the other families who are still anxiously waiting for their loved ones to be released?
There's, I think, it's a mix of emotions. We must remember that a lot of the families that their loved ones were released today, they still have family members that are still in Gaza. The Aloni Cunha family have still a woman and 2 men and 2 children, babies that are in there. Other families as well that I know of, the Munder family, Adar family. So, you know, they took only part of the family. So as much as the families are glad to get some of their loved ones, they're still very worried about the others. And all of the other families and all of the Israeli society and all of the Jewish community here in New York and around the world is waiting to see what's going on in the next days, and is highly devoted to keep and work and put as much pressure as possible to bring on another deals, because we need more deals. It should be only the first one out of many.
Yeah, and on that note, you know, how hopeful are you that these releases will continue to go smoothly now that the first group is out?
I think it's a good sign, but Hamas is not trustworthy. They are a very irrational player. We don't even know if they are actually holding all the hostages that they are promising to release. So every day is going to be an emotional roller coaster for us and for an entire nation. I can tell you that entire nation was holding their breath to see who's coming. And I think there was also a lot of surprises this morning. One of the women that was released, the Islamic Jihad published just a few days ago that she was murdered. So I can't imagine what the family is going through. And I'm so glad for them that she's back home. Her name is Hana Katzir, and I wish her the best recovery and that she could have, and also a big hug for this lovely family.
Omer, thank you for coming on. I know it is such an emotional day for you. So many different feelings that you must be experiencing. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
It is, and thank you for hosting me, and thank you for give attention to this important subject, because we need the international attention for it, because it's not over yet.
It is certainly not over yet, and we are staying on top of it here at CNN. Thank you, Omer.
Thank you so much.
And we continue to wait for details about tomorrow's anticipated release of more hostages currently being held in Gaza. I'll talk with a former hostage negotiator up next. Plus, we'll go live to the West Bank, where Palestinians are marking the return of prisoners released today. We're back in just a moment. Back with our breaking news coverage of the first hostages released by Hamas. 24 of them are now safely back in Israel. Meanwhile, buses reportedly carrying the 39 Palestinian prisoners have left a prison in the occupied West Bank as part of this hostage deal. CNN's Nada Bashir is in Jerusalem. Nada, before these prisoners were released, there were these clashes between Israeli military and Palestinians right near that prison, right?
Yeah, we did see some minor clashes around the Bitunia crossing, which is just a couple of 100 meters away from the Offa prison, where these 39 prisoners were held before they could be released and returned back to their homes. Our team was there reporting as we saw Israeli forces firing tear gas at some of the smaller crowds which had gathered to watch the crossing take place. This was earlier in the afternoon. Of course, as we understand it, according to the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, at least 2 people, teenagers, one aged 16, the other actually just 12 years old, 2 boys, were injured by live fire and taken to hospital. Now, while we were there, we did see that tear gas coming in to the crowds, also coming near to where many journalists had gathered to report on the crossing of these 39 prisoners. We did also see some young men, teenagers, throwing stones towards the Israeli troops there. But of course, as we saw there, those crowds were all gathered to see the unfolding situation of those 39 prisoners being released around the Bitunia crossing. And later on, our team moved on to the Bitunia Municipality Centre, where many family members and other locals, huge crowds in fact, had gathered to welcome some of those 39 prisoners arriving to meet with their families at the municipality office there. And there were these enormous crowds, it has to be said, thousands at least, gathered around there to celebrate the release of these 39 prisoners, of course, in exchange for at least 13 Israeli hostages held captive by Hamas in Gaza.
All right, Nada Bashir in Jerusalem, thank you so much. And in the coming days, we expect to see more hostages released during this 4-day pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas. Also part of this deal, for every Israeli hostage that is freed, 3 Palestinian prisoners in Israel are released. Joining us now is former Navy SEAL hostage negotiator Dan O'Shea. So Dan, first off, the hostages have been released by Hamas, this first round. What is your perspective on how the deal is going so far and what lies ahead?
Well, first off, this is a first day that everyone has been waiting for since October 7th. It is a positive step, the fact that it's gone smoothly, even though, like you cited in the earlier interview with your reporter on the ground, there are clashes. And my fear is that something like a firefight or another missile launch, potentially from maybe the West Bank by Hezbollah, could damage this ceasefire. So it's a very positive first step. Hopefully the next 3 days will go smoothly, but this situation could change in an instant.
Well, and we've seen past truces, pauses in fighting between Hamas and Israel go awry, right? And so I think that is the worry that tensions could overflow. You're already seeing some of those tensions outside that prison that we just heard about from Nada. You know, as it pertains to these 24 hostages that were released, there's a lot of focus on, you know, the fact that, yes, it is joyful they've been released, but they have a long road ahead, psychologically, physically. I can't even imagine, just emotionally processing everything they've been through. Given your experience, tell us about that, what these, you know, people who are freshly freed from captivity go through.
Yeah, I have been through that survival, evasion, resistance, escape training. I became a repatriation subject matter expert with a number of debriefs that I did with hostages that were released in Iraq. So first and foremost is the medical check, which they're all going through right now. I know all the hostages that have been pulled out of Gaza are all in hospitals now, as I understand. They're being medically checked and examined. As you know, there are 4 or 5 women in their 70s and then some grandchildren. So I think the age range is somewhere between 5 and 72, as I recall. So there's going to be different physical exams for both. But the mental aspect of this and the psychological damage, especially with these young children, it is going to take months and potentially years, and with potentially a lifetime of trauma, especially for these kids who have likely been held in a bunker type situation underground, probably in darkness, for the last 47 odd days. A nightmare for anyone involved, and it continues for nearly 200 still left behind.
And now some of them are finding out they lost their family members, perhaps their parents, so that's a whole nother chapter that they have to go through and to process to wrap their heads around. I can't imagine, you've heard the Netanyahu talk about the goal, the mission being to release all of the hostages, right? Do you see a world where all of the hostages will be released, or do you think that is just wishful thinking?
Well, I'm a pessimist just because I worked 400 odd kidnappings in a 2-year period in Iraq, and I can honestly count the happy endings on one hand with fingers to spare, especially when it came to the 44 Americans that were held hostage over my time. So I'm not optimistic that this will go smoothly or quickly. More hostages will be released, but right now these hostages are the only bargaining chip that Hamas has. They're going to hold on to them as long as they can, because holding these hostages means their survival for another day. And it will get down to a calculus, the value of what a hostage is worth. And it will come down to the nationality, their age, and for all military age males in these, of the Israelis held in Hamas, those men that are 18 to 40, who, as most know, you serve in the Israeli military for 2 years minimum, and I think up until 40 for the reserves. Those men and the women that serve in the IDF that are captured, they may have an enduring captivity ahead for them.
Dan O'Shea, thank you. Well, 3 Americans, including a 4-year-old girl, are still being held in Gaza. Her birthday is just today. Will they be part of the next round of releases? That is a looming question. What CNN is learning up next. President Biden today praising the release of the first 13 Israeli hostages, but noting that while he expects American hostages to be released soon, at this time he is unsure when. CNN's Alex Marquardt is here with us now, our chief national security correspondent. So Alex, do we have any idea of a timeline of when we could see these American hostages released? I know there was so much hope that little Abigail, who just turned 4 today, would be among the first.
Abigail Edan, 4 years old today, marking her birthday in captivity after almost 50 days. Pam, the thinking is there are 3 eligible Americans to come out, 2 women and young Abigail. There are 10 Americans overall, but only 2 of these women and children. President Biden earlier today saying he doesn't know what conditions they're in. The earliest these 3 could come out is tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the expectation would be in the back half of this 4-day pause. But there certainly is a hope that they would come out tomorrow. President Biden, speaking earlier today, said he hadn't gotten the list yet of who's coming out tomorrow. The Israelis will get that list first. Presumably, they'll then share it with the U.S. And because these are Israeli citizens, the Israeli government would probably tell those 3 families as well. So right now, the earliest would be tomorrow. President Biden did speak from Nantucket, where he's spending Thanksgiving. He said his hope and expectation is that it will be soon. He also said that we will not stop until we get these hostages brought home. Administration officials have said that this deal is incentivized for Hamas to release more hostages. And indeed, Hamas has an incentive to prolong this pause because it means that the fighting will stop. They will have time to rest and regroup. And remember, for every hostage they release, they get 3 Palestinian prisoners.
Yeah, that's right. That's good context to keep in mind. Big picture here, you know, there's this concern about could this spill into a broader conflict? And we're seeing U.S. forces that are being attacked 4 times in Iraq and Syria just yesterday. What is going on there?
This really does speak to this major concern by administration officials that this conflict could expand. We have now seen, Pam, more than 70 attacks against U.S. and coalition forces in Iraq and Syria in just the past few weeks since October 17th. 73 to be exact. 4 of those were yesterday, 2 against bases in Iraq, and 2 against bases in Syria. We're told that there were no casualties or damage to infrastructure, but it really does raise questions about whether the U.S. is being effective at deterring these attacks, which are primarily being carried out by Iran-backed groups. In response to these now more than 70 attacks, the U.S. has carried out airstrikes 4 times, targeting the infrastructure of these Iran-backed groups. 3 sets of strikes, I should say, were in eastern Syria. 1 was in Iraq. The Pentagon is saying that this does show that they are managing to deter a wider conflict because that has not yet happened. But clearly, these strikes and the targeting of U.S. forces continues, Pam.
Yeah, it's concerning. And these are retaliatory strikes from the U.S. As you point out, the question, are they really deterring? Because these attacks keep happening, right? Alex, thank you so much. I want to bring in now Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. He is a member of the Intelligence Committee. So, Congressman, no Americans were released today as part of this first group of hostages. We're watching for the 3 Americans who are expected to be among the first 50 women and children released, including little 4-year-old Abigail, whose birthday is today. We were just talking about her. Have you heard anything about when we might see any American hostages released?
I've not heard more than what's in the published reports. We're expecting that some will be among those initial group of 50, but remember that there's at least 10 Americans, and there's no assurance that all 10 of them will be among those 50. So that's why a group of us led by...
If you could hold on, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Congressman, but there's a press conference going on right now at Schneider Children's Medical Center near Tel Aviv that took in the hostages. Let's listen.
With their families, and began to undergo a medical evaluation process conducted with the utmost sensitivity and dedication by the hospital staff. This is the first time that the State of Israel has had to prepare for the arrival of so many hostages, including young children. The preparation for their arrival, including the collection and consolidation of all available medical information about the returning hostages. However, we are receiving the released hostages today and consolidation of all available medical information about the returning hostages. However, we are receiving the released hostages today without any prior knowledge of changes in their medical condition that may have occurred since they were kidnapped.
This is a complex event, both medically and emotionally, for the released hostages who have returned to Israel, for their families, for the entire people of Israel, whether in Israel or abroad. Alongside our joy and the feeling that the hostages are now a part of our family, we must ensure their privacy and dignity. The Ministry of Health and all personnel of the Israeli health system are overjoyed with the return home of the hostages, and we will do everything in our power to give them the most comprehensive and precise care. And we yearn for the return home of all our hostages. Thank you very much.
We just heard from an official there at Schneider's, the hospital there, taking in some of these hostages, these young hostages that have been released by Hamas. And we know from our Clarissa Ward, who is on the ground there, that they are prepared, they are ready to help these young hostages who have been through so much these last several weeks, being held in tunnels by a terrorist group. Some have lost their family members, even their parents, and they haven't even been told yet. We know that there are family members there at the hospital receiving some of these hostages, and there is a whole protocol on how to talk to them about what they've been through and to break the news to them of what actually happened on October 7th and the other family members that they have lost. We might go back to that press conference depending on if other officials speak, but I want to turn back to my conversation with Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but we wanted to hear what that official said, and of course the condition of these hostages, these children who were released by Hamas in this first round. What is your reaction to all of this?
Well, I'm thankful. I'm grateful that they are among this first group of hostages. I'm concerned about their well-being. As you said, they're emotionally scarred from the initial attack on October 7th and everything that's happened ever since. I'm sure that the authorities there are going to do everything they can to kind of take care of their physical and their mental state right now. And I'm hopeful that more can be released ASAP.
As far as the 10 Americans, we were talking about that before we dipped out, the 10 Americans still being held by Hamas. Have you seen evidence that all 10 Americans are still alive?
No. And I think that's one of the big question marks and concerns, which is, we want to have proof of life with regard to the condition of the hostages. We need to know about how they're doing. And I've only read the published reports about members of the International Red Cross who are supposed to visit with the hostages and provide them with medicine and other care that they need. But we don't know their condition right now.
Yeah, and that is key. This hostage release comes amid this 4-day pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas. Where do you see this war going after the prisoners have been released and the 4 days are up?
Well, look, Pamela, this is a hopeful moment in a very, very, very dark period where there's been a halt in fighting. And based on published reports, it appears that this halt in fighting could be extended with the release of more hostages. So that's, I think, where a lot of people are looking for additional guidance. Like, Hamas needs to release all of these hostages ASAP, like now. And so if they do what is the humane and civil thing to do, which is to release these hostages, we could see this temporary ceasefire extend. And I think that's what a lot of people are hoping for right now.
But do you see that as just wishful thinking, that they would just release all the hostages, given the fact that it's their biggest bargaining chip? Especially, when you think about the men, the women of fighting age who could be part of IDF, those that are still within captivity held by Hamas. Like, do you actually see Hamas releasing them?
I don't know exactly what is the mental state of Hamas and its leadership, but I think that there are others who are also working with them, whether it's the Qataris or others, who are going to put pressure on them to release these hostages because, that's the only way that this temporary halt to fighting can extend. It's clear that the fighting is having a negative impact on Hamas. The bigger problem is, of course, it's having a much bigger also impact on civilians. And so Hamas needs to decide, how much pain are they going to endure, and how quickly can they release these hostages so that the truce or this halt in fighting can extend beyond just these 4 days.
You just heard my colleague Alex's report that U.S. forces have been attacked at least 73 times since October 17th. U.S. forces were attacked just 4 times yesterday in Iraq and Syria. How concerned are you about the threat to U.S. forces abroad?
I'm very concerned, and this is something that unfortunately Iranian-backed proxies are kind of, they have our forces in their crosshairs throughout the region. And so they should know that the administration, along with Congress, is going to back any response necessary to protect our troops. And at the same time, we don't want to widen the war. And so it's kind of a balancing act. But so far, I think that the Biden administration's responses have been very proportional and appropriate.
All right, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, thank you. And this truce agreement also having a major impact in Gaza, where for the first time in nearly 2 months, the fighting has stopped. CNN's Yomana Karadesh explains how people inside Gaza are taking advantage of this temporary pause.
It's the sounds of life, not death, today on the streets of Gaza. For the first time in nearly 50 days, they're not running for their lives. No bombs raining down on them from the sky. Some children can even smile again, even if only for a brief while. But there's nothing to celebrate. Too many lives have been lost, so much gone, and they know there will be more. The Israeli military dropping leaflets on Friday, warning people that the war is not over, it will soon resume, and telling them to stay away from northern Gaza and its troops. Many still tried to head back to the homes they fled, with nothing more than the clothes on their backs, to see what's left and grab what they can find, including their dead. We want to see what's happened to our loved ones. So many are under the rubble for 20 days, Abu Ahmed says. We need to get them out. Who else will bury them? Who will bury our 2-year-old and her father, says Abdullah. What did she do to them? It was a tense scene on Salahuddin Street, the highway linking north and south. People here saying Israeli forces opened fire on those trying to head back north. We want to get to our homes. They say this is a truce, Mahmoud says. We're civilians. They shot people. One was shot in the head and the other in the mouth. Gunfire and the panic that ensued captured in this video geolocated by CNN. Asked about these shootings, the Israeli military says its troops are stationed along the, quote, operational lines of the pause in accordance with the framework of the agreement. But that didn't stop those determined to get back to what's left of their lives. Sisters Hanin and Sara, cradling their cats who've been through it all with them, say they know the risks, but they just want to go back home. Gazans know all too well what comes after this brief calm. What's this truce for? To hand over the hostages? What happens after they hand them over? What happens to us? Abdullah asks. We feel like we are dead, she says. They hope it doesn't all start again, but all they can do now is prepare for a cruel winter ahead. Jumana Karachi, CNN, London.
And our thank you to Jumana. Coming up, we're going to speak with one man who had 3 family members released from captivity today. What he's learning about the condition they're in, up next.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And welcome to The Lead. I'm Pamela Brown in Washington, and for Jake Tapper.
And I'm Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv. After spending, 49 days in captivity, 24 people who were held hostage by Hamas are now free, and they are all back in Israel. Here is the moment some of their images were displayed in Tel Aviv's so-called Hostage Square earlier today. The release is the result of a truce between Israel and Hamas. Israel has identified its 13 citizens as Yafa Adar, Chana Perry, Ruth Munder, her daughter Karen and her grandson Ohad, Margalit Moses, Hannah Katzir, Adina Moshe, Danielle Aloni and her daughter Emilia, Doron Katz Asher and her kids Raz and Aviv. Hospital officials near Tel Aviv just confirmed they have received some of the women and children at the hospitals, and they are saying they are in good physical condition. 11 foreign nationals were also released as part of a separate deal. They include 10 Thai citizens and a Filipino. None of the hostages released are Americans. President Biden speaking today saying he is hopeful that will soon change. By the end of this 4-day pause in fighting, 50 hostages are set to be freed. Also part of the deal, dozens of Palestinian prisoners are being released, and critical aid is now making its way into Gaza. Let's start our coverage right now with CNN's Becky Anderson. Get your sense. Has everything gone to plan so far? And tell our viewers what comes next.
So there is a palpable sense of relief from the mediation team here, who have been working out of an operations center today alongside members of the International Committee of the Red Cross and other key stakeholders in this. And they certainly feel like this mostly went to plan. You are right to point out that this is a humanitarian pause, and the implementation of that had a number of key obligations. The pause had to stop at 7 o'clock local time. Pause had to start 7 o'clock local time this morning. The hostilities had to stop on the ground from both parties. That allowed for the potential for the release of these hostages, these 13 in the first instance, Israeli women and children who had been held by Hamas around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. What happened was we saw 24 hostages ultimately released, and the process took about 2.5 hours to get those hostages out of Hamas's hands, into the hands of the ICRC, and out of Gaza into Israel via the Rafah crossing, which is down on the Egyptian border. The surprise, and I have to say, I think it was a surprise as well, possibly to those involved in the mediation, was the addition today of the 10 Thais, the 10 Thai workers who've been on a kibbutz on October the 7th, the same kibbutz that these Israeli hostages who were released today had been taken from, and a citizen of the Philippines. Let me be quite clear. The structure, the deal that was struck between Hamas and Israel did not include foreign nationals. That was a separate track negotiated by the Qataris and their regional partners, particularly and specifically the Egyptians, for the release of these Thai nationals and this Filipino. So that was a surprise when we saw 24 individuals ultimately received by the Israelis. Let's focus for a moment on those Israeli hostages, a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 9-year-old. And we've seen some images of those alongside other women, and some of these women are quite elderly, up to the ages of 87. They looked, at least in principle, if their health was pretty much okay. They were moving on on their own. They looked pretty mobile. They are, as you rightly point out, the four kids are now at the Children's Hospital with 4 of the women. What has been achieved today by this mediation team, with the support of the United States, as I say, with Egypt and others, has been a proof of concept. That's what they've had today, Wolf, and it's worked. It's worked to the extent that the hostages were released around the time that they were expected to be released, and they are now in the safety of Israeli authorities. The next stage, of course, is tomorrow, when at least 10 hostages will be released, or should be released, by Hamas. The IDF and Mossad now have that list from Hamas. It was given to the Qataris and then on to Mossad. So the Israelis know who those next at least 10 hostages are. And we will see this happen for the next 3 days until the end of what is the official pause, which could be extended should Hamas come up with more prisoners. A proof of concept today that mostly worked, not quite as many trucks across the border as was expected or hoped for, but that is okay, the team here says. A little bit of hostility at the beginning of the day when the pause was supposed to have started, but that was okay. 18 minutes into the pause, everything was quiet. So they've got something to work with. That's what they've got. They say their work is not finished, but they've got something to work with at this stage. Wolf?
So far, so good. All right, Becky Anderson in Doha, Qatar for us. Thank you very much. As the first hostages are now being taken to hospitals in Israel, Israeli officials are preparing for a second group, hopefully to be released tomorrow. CNN's Matthew Chance is in Tel Aviv with a closer look at how everything unfolded over these last dramatic hours.
They kidnapped and killed. But now Hamas is showing its gunmen releasing Israelis in Gaza. For many, these are disturbing scenes. 9-year-old Ohad Munda being embraced as he's set free. An old woman being carried by a masked man as Palestinians cheer. After 49 long days of captivity in Gaza, aid workers from the Red Cross drive them through the border into Egypt and to freedom. Egyptian television shows a convoy of vehicles heading to the crossing. Then the hostages, including 10 Thais, a Filipino and the 13 Israeli women and children, disembarking for checks. Israeli military posted this grainy video of the moment they all finally re-entered the country. A step, says the Israeli Prime Minister, towards bringing all hostages home.
We have just completed the return of the first of our hostages. Children, their mothers and additional women. Each one of them is a whole world. But I emphasize to you, the families, and to you, citizens of Israel, we are committed to return all our hostages.
Most of the hostages released in this first group under the temporary truce were taken from Nir Oz, one of the small Israeli communities near Gaza ravaged by Hamas on October the 7th. At least 38 people there were killed and more than 70 abducted. People like Danielle Aloni and her 5-year-old daughter Emilia, both freed in this latest release, but the relatives they were visiting when Hamas attacked remain unaccounted for as hostages. Doran Katz Asher and her 2 young daughters have also now been set free, but her partner remains in Gaza. Behind every release, a poignant reminder of those left behind. Like the family of Omri Almog, his brother-in-law and niece killed, his sister and her 3 children still hostages. Yet Omri is now optimistic.
The best is in front of us. It's going to come. Whatever happened, we cannot change. Nadav is not longer with us. Siam, the beautiful girl, is not with us anymore. But
there's still a chance. There's still a chance for your sister and
yes,
children.
Yes. We have to bring what left. We need to bring back what left from this family. It's a broken family.
A broken family in a country of shattered lives. And some of those lives now are starting to be rebuilt, not just with the medical checks and the medical treatment that these 13 Israelis are going to be receiving right now in hospitals around the country, but also the psychological help they're going to be getting. And it's going to be intense because you've got to remember, a lot of these people, we're told, have come out into a world where they don't even know that their loved ones have been killed and are not around anymore. So it's a very different place, different Israel they're returning back to from the one they were so violently ripped from back on October the 7th. Wolf.
Matthew Chance reporting for us. Matthew, thanks for that report. We also, by the way, just got updates right now from 2 of the hospitals where the released hostages have been taken. CNN's Oren Lieberman is over at the Wolfson Medical Center in Tel Aviv. CNN's Clarissa Ward is outside Schneider's Children Hospital in Petah Tikva, just outside of Tel Aviv. Oren, what's the latest where you are?
Wolf, we heard here from hospital officials on the update now that 5 elderly women have been brought into the hospital here. Take a look at this video. This is probably about an hour ago. A helicopter arriving near the hospital and carrying 3 of the elderly hostages who were taken out of Gaza today. There actually is no helipad here at Wolfson Medical Center near South Tel Aviv, so they had to be brought by ambulance from the helicopter itself to the hospital. And as they were put into the ambulances, that video there shows an applause from everyone in that area that these 3 have come home. Worth noting that a couple hours before that, there were another 2 elderly women hostages in Gaza at the hands of Hamas who were brought to the hospital. So a total of 5 hostages now being treated here. According to the hospital director general, they welcomed them here. All the patients and all the staff, I should say, the nurses and the doctors were ready for them. They have been set up in a special unit here only for them and their families at Wolfson Medical Center as they begin their recovery. The director general said as they came in, there wasn't a dry eye in the house, welcomed them back to Israel and back to the treatment they so desperately need. They wouldn't talk about their condition or what sort of state they're in, their health, their mental health, only to say that the highest levels of professionalism were brought forward by the medical teams here, by the nurses, by the staff, to welcome them to Wolfson Medical Center where they will begin recovering. It's worth noting, this is the hospital set up specifically to care for the elderly, and they expect that over the course of the next several days, they may bring in more for treatment here. Wolf, they say they are absolutely ready to take on that task.
It's an important task indeed. Oren Lieberman, stand by. I want to go to Clarissa right now. Clarissa, you're at the Children's Hospital in Petah Tikva. 2 helicopters, I understand, landed where you are tonight. What are officials there saying? What's going on?
So we've just had a press conference in the last 20 or so minutes, Wolf, where some of the hospital's directors came and addressed the media. Again, there's a lot of details that they're not giving for privacy reasons. They did say, though, that they were, quote, thrilled to be able to welcome a total of 3 families, including 4 children, 3 mothers, 1 grandmother. We believe that those families are the Asher family, the Aloni family, and the Munder family. The hospital saying that they are all in good physical condition, but of course we know from conversations that we've been having with hospital staffers throughout the day that they are very much prepared for the likely reality that they will not be in such good psychological condition after the trauma that they've experienced. And as you heard Aaron describing there, some of the measures that the Wolfson Hospital has taken, Schneider also has taken great lengths to ensure that the special unit that they have set up for these families feels not like a hospital, not cold, not clinical, not intimidating, but warm and intimate. They tried to create the sense, they said, of a beautiful hotel. There are lots of toys in place, and most importantly, perhaps they have hand-selected the top psychiatrists and staffers that they have within their units to be those who will work together with these families to try to process and break down some of what they have endured. They have also, we've been told, just enjoyed their first dinner. They are now able to be reunited with their loved ones, but there has definitely been, understandably, not just because of what they've been through, but because so many of them are minors, a real emphasis on privacy. And you saw that in those moments as the helicopter landed here. They put screens out to ensure that they could have some privacy as they disembarked and arrived here at the hospital, Wolf.
Yep, we saw that. Clarissa Ward, Oren Lieberman, to both of you, thank you very much. Right now, I want to bring in Eyal Moore. 3 of his family members are among those who were released today. Ohad Mundur turned 9 years old while being held hostage last month. Karen Mundur, age 54, and Ruth Mundur, age 78. All 3 names are on the list released by the IDF. And let's talk to Eyal right now. Eyal, thank you very much. I know you must be very pleased that 3 generations of your family are now free back in Israel. And I understand you just recently saw and got an update on how they're doing.
Yes, so first, yes, we are very pleased that we were fortunate enough to have those 3 dear loved ones come back to us today. Initial updates that we got is that they're in good shape, both physically and mentally, very important, including the boy Ohad, who turned 9 years old during his captivity. And so we are all happy that they are okay in that sense.
And you just saw some video as well. Tell us about the video.
Yeah, the video was taken in the hospital where they met the partner of Karen, the father of Ohad, and the brother and the sister of Ruth. They all met. It was very emotional. People were crying out of joy, out of excitement. It was really, a scene that we've been imagining for the last 49 days. And suddenly it happens, so it's really incredible.
I know that 2 of your family members actually spoke to Jake on Ohad's 9th birthday while he was still a hostage. They spoke last month. It was a birthday that was not necessarily a good birthday because he was being held hostage, but now he's free, he's back. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, so he is really a brilliant kid. He likes sports. He has very good. They have a group of friends, really good friends, between 9 and 10 years old. That they do everything together. They play tennis, and he is an expert in Rubik's cube. Actually, last Friday we made a gesture for him, building his portrait out of 1,500 of Rubik cubes in the Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. So it seems that he's okay.
He's only 9 years old.
He's only 9 years old. Seems that he came back okay, physically and mentally. It's really super. Of course, we have to say this is only initial moments. Unfortunately, Ruth's husband, Karen's father, and my uncle is Abraham Mundur, 78 years old, and he is not a healthy person. He is still there. And
he's still a hostage in Gaza.
He's still hostage in Gaza, exactly. And he barely walks, and he has some seeing issues. So we still worry for him and still want him to be back with us as well.
But still, you got 3 of your family members who are now back.
Yeah.
And I assume pretty soon you're going to be with them.
Yes, we plan to meet with them tomorrow. Hopefully, but the psychologist says that it has to be very slowly, very progressive. The comeback to normality has to be very controlled way. So we will follow the advice.
I know all the family members who are now going to be with their relatives who are now free. They've been given advice what you should say, what you shouldn't say, especially for the young children, right?
Right.
Tell us some of that advice.
Yeah, the advice says that don't push on saying, because you don't know what kind of experience the boy had. So don't push him trying to get the information. Maybe he doesn't want to share the information. So it has to be very, very soft. We have a very unique status here, a situation here, because they just learned when they come back. When they came back, they just learned that their son, Ro'i, son of Ruth and Avram, the brother of Karen, was murdered on that Saturday. They were kidnapped before they had a chance to learn about it, okay? So now they are breaking this news to them. So it puts us in a very, I would say, conflict situation, because on one hand, people would like to come and celebrate with them, and we know that the country is fell in love with the story of Ohad. So people want to come and sing and bring presents, and this is on one hand. On the other hand, they are just learned that they lost Ro'i. So it's kind of a mixed emotions here and mixed situations here, which we hope that it will be resolved in a good manner.
Eyal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Give our love to the family, please.
I will.
Hopefully one of these days we'll all get together. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Very much. So what about the next round of hostage releases? I'll speak with a senior Israeli official. We'll get some details. That's coming up next. We're back live here in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of the first release of hostages in the Israel-Hamas war. Many of the 24 hostages released today are now arriving at various hospitals in Israel to be examined. I want to bring in Mark Regev right now. He's a senior advisor to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mark, thanks very much for joining us. Did today's release and all of the events that were supposed to take place today go as you expected?
Probably better than expected. When you're dealing with a terrorist group like Hamas, you have low expectations. But I think President Biden said it well when he said that Hamas responds to pressure. And I think their need for a ceasefire, after being on the receiving end of the IDF's blows, they need a timeout. And therefore, I think we got this deal.
So walk us through what happens next. What's the next stage in all of this? Today went well by almost all accounts.
Correct. And we've received already this evening a list of the people they propose to release tomorrow.
We're talking about Israelis.
Yes. That list is being studied at the moment as we speak. Once again, it'll all be confidential until tomorrow night. The families of the relevant people are being notified. They're being asked not to talk.
Notified by the Israelis.
Yes, yes. And of course, people who are not on the list are also being told. I mean, it's mixed because on one hand, we're very excited for the people who came back. The guest you just had here, obviously, everyone's thrilled for him and his family that loved ones came back. But there's still, if we got 13 out today, there's still another 37 that have to come out in the framework of the 4 days and Hamas's commitment to free 50. But even saying that, yes, we've got scores of people who will remain behind. And so it's happy, sad. Happy for the people who've left, but sad for the people who are still stuck there.
I know you can't mention any names, but today, of the first 13 who were released, mostly women, elderly women, and a few young children. Is that the same formula that's going to happen tomorrow?
I think it's the same understanding. Their focus is now on the children, of course, and women, their parents.
Children and the women,
Yeah.
and mostly older women. That's what they're releasing so far. So we expect the same thing to happen tomorrow.
Once again, I can't be sure. I haven't seen the list myself, but that's my understanding.
Can you tell us whether or not any of the Americans who are still being held hostage are among the list who will be released tomorrow?
So, first of all, as I said, I haven't seen the list tomorrow, but one of the Americans is a young female child. So I would think she would be a priority, but once again, I haven't seen the list.
So you don't. I think she just turned 4 today.
Very good.
So let's hope she's on that list. It's still such a complex situation, and there were some reports today. I'm sure you saw that there was some Israeli gunfire in northern Gaza. The truce, is supposed to be honored right now as a result of what's going on. Can you share with us some perspective on what happened in northern Gaza, and is this potentially a threat to the rest of this initial phase falling apart?
So far, the humanitarian pause is holding better than expected. I mean, it's been remarkably quiet. That incident that you talk about, there were clear understandings reached on what is acceptable and not acceptable during this humanitarian pause. And Israel was responding to violations of what was not acceptable. And the other side knows that. And hopefully we'll see no more of that.
So what were the violations?
I'm not sure I want to go into too many details, but we don't want to see Hamas fighters return to positions they've been thrown out of in the north.
But at this point, Mark, are you confident that this initial phase over these first 4 days and 50 Israeli hostages eventually being released, are you confident that will work out?
I don't know confidence works with the word Hamas, because we really are dealing with a brutal and dangerous enemy, fanatics. When Hamas spokespeople, their leadership, when they've been interviewed by CNN and others, they've said publicly, and they don't blink an eyelid when they say this, the attack of October 7th, that was only against military targets. Maybe you've heard them say that. And yet today they release with their own hands 6 women over the age of 70 and 4 children under the age of 10. Obviously civilians. And so, as President Biden said correctly, they understand pressure. And this will work only if we keep the pressure up. I want to say a word about President Biden. We wouldn't have had this success today without his involvement, and everyone in Israel who knows what's going on is very, very appreciative.
And so as of right now, the U.S. and Israel, from your perspective, Mark, are on exactly the same page?
We're definitely on the big issues on the same page. And once again, I don't think we would have had this arrangement to get out the 50 people over 4 days without the direct involvement of the president.
I know he's been directly involved. Mark Regev, thanks so much. Let's hope this works out, this initial phase, and then there'll be more phases
That's an
down
option.
the road. There's still...
No, it's Hamas. Hamas has the option to extend the humanitarian pause. All they have to do is release more hostages. They have that option. We'll see what they do.
And we're expecting, what, at least 10 tomorrow?
Yeah, but I don't have a precise number for you yet.
All right, let's hope. Mark Regev, thank you very much for joining us on this, the first day of a pause in the fighting between Israel and Hamas. 137 trucks of humanitarian aid arrived in Gaza. Will it be enough? I'll speak to a UNICEF spokesperson. That's coming up next. We're back now with our breaking news coverage of the first group of hostages released by Hamas. In exchange, there's a temporary pause in the fighting. And for every Israeli hostage that is released, 3 Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel will be freed. CNN's Nima Al-Bagher is in East Jerusalem for us tonight. Nima, what more do we know about the 39 Palestinian prisoners who were released by Israel today?
Well, we have a much better breakdown of who they are. We knew that they were going to be mainly children, teenagers and women, but now we know that for certain. So it's 15 minors, 20, just checking my math, 15 minors, 24 women. And within that breakdown, an extraordinary 10 of those minors were being held without being sentenced, just being detained, which is legal under Israeli law with regards to the Palestinian. And 23, roughly 23 of the women were similarly held without being sentenced. I think there were 6 administrative detentions, which allows Israel to hold indefinitely, and a number of sentences. But even those sentences have been queried by both Israeli and Palestinian rights groups, which is why this was an opportunity for Palestinians to feel some sense of joy. And here in East Jerusalem, where Palestinians are directly under Israeli control, the far-right national security minister said that any expression of joy would be punished as a terror act, which meant most Palestinians are hiding inside their homes with their loved ones. We received one video from a family member that I really want you to watch, and just take a listen to this, Wolf. The anguish in that mother's voice, and the idea that to even express joy over the return of her daughter is what Ben-Gvir called a terrorist act, which has huge consequences here. The sense here, and just to be clear, the young lady you saw there, she was sentenced as a minor for carrying a knife with intent to stab. The charges were then queried and changed. She was convicted of attempted stabbing, and her family were never able to get any kind of recourse within the Israeli Supreme Court. So for them, this moment was so important, and Ben-Gvir felt the need to make it a terrorist act and to dehumanize these people. Wolf?
Nima Al-Bagher in East Jerusalem for us tonight. Nima, thank you very much. This hostage deal between Hamas and Israel also means more humanitarian aid is supposed to go into Gaza. The United Nations says at least 137 aid trucks, 129,000 liters of fuel, and 4 trucks of gas actually did enter Gaza today. But is it enough to sustain the humanitarian crisis impacting the millions who are in Gaza right now? Joining us now is the UNICEF spokesperson, Ricardo Perez. Ricardo, thank you so much for joining us. Is the amount of aid going into Gaza right now enough to do what needs to be done, or do you know if your team has been met with any obstacles this time in making sure all of that aid is actually delivered?
Thanks for having me, Wolf. It's a good start, but it's not enough. It's still a drop in an ocean of needs caused by the escalation of conflict since the October 7th events in Israel. So we're welcoming the fact that now we have more humanitarian supplies getting through to Gaza. As you said, 137 trucks with life-saving goods, including water, food, medical supplies. That's the biggest convoy, humanitarian convoy we've had in 7 weeks. So it's a very good start, and we're hoping that the operation will continue as the days come. And on the ground, our colleagues are saying that having this pause is essential to be able to get to the families, to the children who've been suffering for so many weeks and under attack, but it's not going to finish the job, so to speak. So we need more aid to come in. We need more safety for humanitarian workers to operate. Let's remember that at least 100 UN colleagues died since the October 7th events, and without more ceasefires, without more pauses, the the situation will only worsen, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of children affected in one of the most densely populated places on the planet.
Ricardo, have you been able to get in touch with all of your staff in Gaza since the hostage deal started?
Yes, we have managed to reach out to our colleagues. I've spoken to a very close colleague today who's on the ground looking out for children and what's happening to them, and gathering their stories and understanding what the challenges are. Luckily, no UNICEF colleague has died since the conflict started, but we're hearing many very tough stories from them losing family members, from their children being traumatized by the war on children that has been happening since the 7th of October. So luckily, again, they're fine, Wolf, but hundreds of thousands of children are not.
Ricardo, what are you most worried about once Hamas and Israel return to fighting and this truce ends?
Yeah, first of all, we're very relieved to see that the hostages were released safely and could go back home after being taken from their homes forcefully and in a very traumatizing manner on October 7th. But what we're fearing is that once the fighting starts again, the same situation, the same nightmare that children have been living through for 7 weeks now will escalate again, and more children will die, and hospitals will start becoming flooded with patients again, and many of them are children. Nearly half of the casualties are reported to be children, and at least 9,000 have been injured, and these are not simple injuries. They're sometimes life-debilitating injuries that are not being treated properly. And we also have the threat of waterborne diseases, Wolf, because of contaminated water and desalination plants that are not working properly. So if the fuel doesn't continue to get in, if the humanitarian supplies don't continue to get in, the situation will pick up again and worsen more and more for children. So our call is for always a ceasefire and, of course, the release of all hostages. But children need to be safe, and this attack needs to stop. This war on children needs to stop.
Ricardo Perez of UNICEF, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And let's go back to my colleague and friend Pamela Brown, who's in Washington. Pamela.
Well, Wolf, thank you so much for that. Up next, more on what the pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas will look like in the coming days. We are back with our breaking news coverage. Israel has now received a list of hostages expected to be released by Hamas tomorrow. That list will not be released to the public until the hostages are safely back inside Israel. Joining us now is Eyal Hulata, who formerly served as the National Security Advisor in Israel. So I know, as I just said, Eyal, that the list of the names, the identities, will not be released until tomorrow.
Right.
But what can you tell us about the number of people on the list, if any Americans are on there?
So we expect it to be more than 10, 12 or 13. And we expect them to be more children than were released today. Today we released 4 children, Aviv, Raz, Emilia, and Ohad. And we expect more children to be released tomorrow. As for Abigail Eden, I'm sure everybody is asking about her, the American that celebrated
Yes.
4 today. I don't know if she'll be released tomorrow. Hopefully, she will be within this group. All of the hostages that will be released are alive. We have to be worried whether or not they're all alive or not. I mean, more have been abducted, so we'll just need to wait and see who come out. The footage of those who were released today, I mean, just heartbreaking to see.
Yeah.
You know, she could have been my grandmother. To see her being carried in their arms because she can't walk properly after being for 49 days in tunnels. This is just awful. There is no joy in Israel today, I should tell you. I mean, of course, the families of those who were released got their loved ones back, but there are so many more that need to be released. And hopefully, this deal will come through the way it was expected.
It sounds though like you're skeptical, right? That in terms of hostages being alive still and so forth. What can you tell us about, what you know about those have been killed and how this is going to play out?
So first of all, of course, I mean, we're all skeptical. Hamas is a terrorist. It was on the show that I was here last week. These are the circumstances. Everybody in Israel are worried about the situation and the status of those, and we hope to get them all alive.
Yeah.
And we'll need to wait and see.
Are you surprised that the newborn that was apparently born in captivity that the First Lady of Israel wrote to Joe Biden about hasn't been released? Do you know if that newborn is on this next list?
Well, I don't know, and I'm worried, and I think we all need to be worried. Just to think of a woman giving birth to a newborn in a tunnel. I cannot imagine that. I have kids of my own. I cannot imagine that.
Yeah, I certainly can't either. There was an expectation that during this truce, this pause in fighting, that Hamas would go and round up the other hostages held by other groups in Gaza. Do you know anything about that? Is there any update on whether that's actually happening?
So, I mean, I think Hamas would like us all to think that they don't have control over Gaza, but of course they have control over Gaza. They're able to collect them all. They're probably in the south of Gaza anyway. We know that some of them have been held underneath the hospitals in Rantisi and in Shifa, and they've all been moved to the south. I mean, we shouldn't expect Hamas not to have control over them. This is something that we need to see. The fact that they don't allow the Red Cross to visit the hostages even today, even as we're moving, unless it's the group that they're releasing, continues to be mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's just was the group. All right, Eyal Hulata, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming on to offer your perspective. Will 3 Americans be part of the next group of hostages released? What the White House is saying. Up next. We are back with our breaking news. President Joe Biden says we can be thankful for families being reunited with their loved ones. This following the release of the first group of hostages. CNN's Arlette Saenz is in Nantucket, where the president is spending Thanksgiving weekend. Arlette, what did President Biden say about these efforts to get American hostages released as well?
Well, Pamela, President Biden said that this initial hostage release that occurred today is just the start of the process, but that officials feel that things were proceeding well. So much focus for the White House had been on the implementation of this deal in the last 24 hours to make sure everything went according to plan. But even as these about a dozen hostages, about half Israeli and the others Thai citizens and also Filipinos, even though that release did move forward, there were no Americans who were part of this initial release. And President Biden was asked if he has any idea when Americans could start to come out of Gaza. Take a listen.
We don't know when that will occur, but we expect it to occur. And we don't know what the list of all the hostages are and when they'll be released, but we know the numbers they're going to be released. So it's my hope and expectation will be soon.
And of the 10 Americans that are unaccounted for, do you know all of their conditions? Are they all alive?
We don't know all the conditions.
So the president, with little detail there about when he expects the 3 Americans to be released. That's expected to include 2 women and also 4-year-old Abigail Idan. Abigail's parents were killed in the October 7th Hamas attack, and she has been held hostage ever since. President Biden even told reporters he was keeping his fingers crossed that Abigail would be among those hostages that are released. Now, the president also expressed some optimism about the potential for this 4-day pause to potentially be extended even longer. That is something that U.S. and Israeli officials have talked about, the possibility that the pause could go on for longer to allow for more hostages to be released. President Biden also, in his remarks, thanked the leaders of Egypt, Qatar, and Israel for working together and said that he will remain in contact with these leaders to ensure that the implementation of this deal continues and that they can get more hostages out.
All right, we will see it. And as we've been reporting, the Israeli officials say that they have received a list from Hamas of who will be released in this next batch tomorrow. We're waiting to find out who that might be and if any Americans are included. So we shall see. Arlette Saenz, thank you so much. And we are continuing to follow all of the breaking news on the hostage release. Be sure to stay with us. Coming up Sunday on State of the Union, Dana Bash will talk with White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, and Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Michael Herzog. That's this Sunday at 9 a.m. and noon Eastern, right here on CNN. And our special live coverage of the Israeli hostage release continues now with Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room, live from Tel Aviv.
Happening now, breaking news. 24 civilian hostages are free tonight as the truce between Israel and Hamas takes hold. 13 Israelis and 11 foreign nationals finally leaving Gaza after nearly 7 weeks in captivity. Israel now says it has a second list of hostages to be returned on Saturday. No Americans are among that group, but President Biden says he hopes and expects at least some will be released in the coming days. Meanwhile, Israeli military officials are warning the days ahead will be complicated as forces inside Gaza prepare for the next phases of the war. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv, Israel, and you're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And let's get straight to the breaking news here in the Middle East, a truly critical moment in Israel's war against Hamas. 24 hostages are finally heading home tonight, the first major release since the October 7th attack. CNN journalists are standing by across the region and back in Washington with all the late-breaking developments. First, let's bring in CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward. She's here with me in Tel Aviv. Clarissa, Hamas has now released video it filmed and edited as part of the hostage handoff to Red Crescent officials. Tell us about that.
So first, we should underscore, Wolf, that CNN was not present at the time of this filming. We can't confirm the locations. This is just being released on Hamas's social media channels. It's just under 2 minutes long. There's no sound in the video, which is interesting. We've seen this with some of their previous videos as well. Presumably, they were trying to disguise or not identify the voices of some of the Hamas militants who are seen in the video. But essentially, it looks like it's still daylight, afternoon. You see one of the Hamas fighters try to put his arm around a young boy that we believe is Ahad Munder. He is 9 years old. He actually marked his 9th birthday during his 7 weeks in captivity. We also see in another part of the video a Hamas militant carry one of the elderly hostages, an elderly woman, into the vehicle. This is the moment, allegedly, where Hamas handed over these hostages to the International Red Cross. And again, important to emphasize for our viewers that Hamas uses these videos for propaganda purposes. They are trying to make a statement that they have been treating these hostages humanely, and this is the image that they want the world to see of this handover.
There was a really dramatic and powerful moment earlier today. You were there at the Children's Hospital outside of Tel Aviv in Petah Tikva, Israel, when the helicopters started bringing in some of the kids and others to this hospital. Tell us about that.
So it really was an extraordinary moment, Wolf. And on the one hand, you could hear this excitement and this hopefulness, and people were clapping and cheering and waving Israeli flags. And on the other hand, it was also very somber and very emotional. The hospital went to great lengths to try to protect the privacy of the people on board. We know that they are from 3 different families in that hospital, 4 children, 3 mothers, also a grandmother. They placed screens all along the area from the helicopter to the ambulances or vehicles that they got into to then be transported, to try to kind of keep some element of intimacy, also, of course, because there are minors involved. And when we talked to hospital staffers throughout the day, they really wanted to emphasize the extent to which they had gone to try to create an atmosphere inside the hospital that would not be too intimidating, that would not be too clinical, that would feel warm, that would feel intimate, because they understand that even though the people who were brought to the Schneider Children's Medical Center were in good physical condition, they have undergone an intense trauma, and the work of trying to pick through that is really just beginning, particularly as they start to get a sense of what happened to their loved ones, their communities, and this country on October 7th.
And you mentioned there were 4 little children, 4 little kids who were brought over to this hospital. And the professional staff there, the doctors, the nurses, the others, they've received special training on how to deal with these kids who spent the last, all these days in captivity.
Even the soldiers were given guidelines from the Israeli Ministry of Welfare, what to do if they ask you questions. Where's mommy? Where are issues? The top psychiatrists.